Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Golf Business RevCon 2020, Day 2. I'm Taylor Wall with NGCOA, once again coming to you live from NGCOA's headquarters right here in Charleston, South Carolina. We have another terrific lineup of expert speakers who are eager to share revenue spiking strategies that can be immediately implemented at your golf business. Remember, this is our first RevCon 20 and our first ever hybrid event. So we continue to thank you in advance for your patience as we bring you this event online. Again, be sure to bookmark our RevCon 20 reception hall. So if you lose your connection, you can find the RevCon 20 stage quickly and easily. And remember, you've been added to the online RevCon 20 discussion community. Pop in there when you can, meet your fellow attendees, chat about the sessions, and much more. We've had some fun posts on social media yesterday using the hashtag RevCon20. There's one right there from American Classic Golf Club. They're watching from Delaware. Remember, any of our social media channels, use the hashtag NGCOA, hashtag RevCon20. Also remember, you could win an iPad Pro today, courtesy of our friends and supporting sponsors, Rainbird. It's not too late to enter to win. You can see the website below where you can do so. We're going to be announcing that winner in a few hours during Rainbird's networking break. Comes up at 3:45 Eastern time. We emailed you a day one survey last night. Please share your feedback. As this is our first hybrid event, your thoughts are even more important. You'll be getting a day 2 survey tonight. We thank you for your responses. All right, are you ready for day 2? Make sure you have your beverage of choice on hand. Let's get the second half of Golf Business RevCon 2020 started. Yamaha is the sponsor of the Advocacy Center on the new and improved ngcoa.org. And this year's presenting sponsor of RevCon 20. They are back once again to kick off day 2. Take it away, Yamaha.
All right, good morning. This is Jay Karen, CEO of NGCOA. Welcome to Golf Business RevCon Day 2. I see already this morning people tuning in from Oregon and New England and Canada. Good morning to all of you. Again, welcome to Golf Business RevCon 20. Thank you to Yamaha. Love that video. I think I'm going to wake up every morning watching that video. It really gets the blood pumping. Thank you to Yamaha and all of our great sponsors for this conference. We really could not do this without you, seriously. We are happy to deliver to you another safe and educational event today, whether you're at home or in person about 15 miles down the road at the Belmont Charleston Place Hotel. We hope you are prepared for a great day of education safely. Now, we hope you enjoyed day one, which I thought delivered some amazing education, really wonderful stuff, great mingling with sponsors and so forth. So thank you to everybody who tuned in yesterday. I looked at the stream and we had a real good crowd tuned in all day long. So we really appreciate you sticking with us. Now, don't forget, Taylor did remind you, you received an email last night. You'll get one tonight to give us your feedback. It's incredibly important. Also, for those of you tuning in who are members of the PGA, the LPGA, Club Managers Association, and the GCSA, you can earn continuing education points by tuning in even at home. But what you need to do is email our staff member, Nancy Downey, our Director of Events. Let her know your membership number, and she will help coordinate all of that. And don't forget, we have reverse cameras in all of your devices, so we know if you're actually tuning in and learning and watching this education. And we'll report that to your respective association. Just kidding. All right, now today, we have a great lineup, some really fantastic sessions. We're going to kick off the day today with Allison George from Toad Valley in Iowa with 3 ways to replace the Pro Shop income. I thought, wait a second, replace it? That's not just boosting your Pro Shop income. What's happening here? So always interested in hearing what the incomparable Allison George has to bring to NGCOA. Thank you for joining us. We'll follow that with food, fun, and friends. One of my favorite members, Randy Anderson out in Maine, who is doing some amazing things with simulator technology and bringing in new revenues. So look forward to hearing what his experience has been this year in particular, maybe what he's planning for the winter coming up. And then after that, we'll have Everyone Eats by Sean Taylor with Up to Par Management. Everyone does eat, which means you should be able to build a robust, profitable business around that. And in the year of COVID, I look forward to hearing what he has to say about the pivoting, the profitability, and new ways to navigate this interesting world that we live in right now with food and beverage. And lastly, we'll have amazing service equals a boost to your revenue. Whitney Reed Pinnell, one of my favorites, one of our great faculty members here at NGCOA. Now, we always know that great customer service is good for your business, but she's going to talk to you about specific ways it can boost your revenue. After all, this is a revenue conference. And we'll close the day with another Bright Ideas session led by Sean and Whitney, and we'll talk about all kinds of interesting ways to raise income. So with that, thank you again to the NGCOA staff for all that they're doing. They are here for you. We are standing by if you need anything, whether you're down in Charleston at the Charleston Place Hotel or at home, just reach out to us. And I will see you at the end of the day today as we close out RevCon. So today, enjoy the show.
Awesome. All right, great stuff there from Club Caddy. Thank you for your participating sponsorship. All right, as Jay just said, no NGCOA event would be complete without a high-energy, high-impact session from the one and only Allison George. For those that don't know, Allison George is the wizard of fun at her family's golf course in Iowa. Allison served on the NGCOA board from 2007 to 2019. Today, Allison focuses on revenue opportunities from your pro shop, and I know, Allison, you've had quite a roller coaster of a couple months with Mother Nature and a scary injury at your course. I know I'll let you get into that for a second, but I'm really glad to have you back and recovering quickly. And it's great to see you here at RevCon. Welcome.
I am very happy to be here. I must admit, a couple of weeks ago, I wasn't sure if I'd be doing this presentation or not. So the last couple of months have been a little rough. So. But we're forging on.
Exactly. Well, again, thanks so much for being here. I'll give you a second. It looks like your presentation's pulled up. Remind those folks at home, comment with your questions. We love to see what you have to say. We'll cover it with our Director of Education, Dave Barton, after each session today. So comment away. And Allison, the floor is yours. Welcome to RevCon.
All right, super. Very excited to be here today. When I was, we did a practice run last week, and when they said, "Hey, high energy Allison," I thought, "Oh man, I think I might need to stand up for this presentation because if that's my reputation, I wasn't sure if I could do it sitting down." So I must admit, I've never thought I would, be standing in my dining room, greeting all of my fellow golf operators. But very excited to be here. So what Taylor referenced is a couple of weeks ago, just so that for those of you who know me, I probably look just a little bit different than I normally do. Particularly my smile is what everyone says that they miss. But a couple of weeks ago, I was out on the golf course, and we deliver lunches for fundraisers in order to avoid the social gathering at the conclusion of the event. And so I was out delivering lunch, and as all of you know, we've had a lot of non-golfers who are coming out, and it's very exciting, but they also don't know all proper etiquette and those types of things. And unfortunately, I encountered a young group of teenage boys, and through no fault of their own, he had a drive of a lifetime, which I unfortunately took from about a 30, maybe 25-yard distance right to my cheekbone on my right side here. And so I shockingly broke my eye socket and cheekbone. And now I am like a cyborg. I'm filled with a bunch of metal plates. I do still have some paralysis in my face. So I try to make myself look as normal as possible. But anyway, if you're like staring at me or going like, well, what in the world is wrong with that woman? That's what's going on. And I do want to extend my appreciation because over the last 2 weeks, my house looks like a florist. I've had tons of phone calls and reach outs from fellow golf operators all throughout the country and even Canada who have sent me well wishes. And I'm just so happy to be able to see you with 2 eyes today. So anyway, that's kind of if you thought COVID was bad, just take my word for it. It can be worse. All right. So without further ado, we're going to talk about your pro shop. So I'm going to switch screens here over here. So let's begin with talking about the problem. So the problem that we all have as golf operators is that we are jacks of all trade and a master of none. We have retail space, we have a restaurant or snack bar, we have golf, we have a driving range, we have lessons, we have an event center, and we have weddings. And sometimes we have even more than that. I know we have miniature golf at our golf course. And what happens is that we tend to only really focus and be really good at one thing. And I think retail is really, really hard. So the thing most of us probably focus on is golf, and retail becomes really difficult. Now, back in the 90s, my family has owned the golf course for almost 50 years. And so in the 90s, it was pretty easy. Now, we're just a simple daily fee course. We have about 150-ish, maybe a little bit more members. And back in the 90s, we used to do, a little over 150,000 in our pro shop. I know I've spoken to golf operators before who, do far more than that. But at the time, that was a lot of money to us. And we sold tons of bags every year. We sold hundreds of shoes. We had an excellent trade-in, used club type of thing going on. And overall, just a fantastic, really almost easy to make money inside of the pro shop. And then the 90s hit, or the early 2000s, and we saw a decline. So we started selling much fewer bags. We sold a lot less shoes. Our club sales just totally plummeted. And I would like to attribute this all to the fact that I live just outside of Des Moines, Iowa, and all of these types of stores started showing up. So we had Dick's Sporting Goods, Shields, we have Golf Galaxy, even Walmart and Target. And then, of course, the other thing that, made a big impression to us is when Titleist made the decision to no longer kind of be the pro shop only, and they also sell to everyone. So now, some of the small golf courses around Iowa, at least, they actually can buy their Titleist balls cheaper at Walmart than they could, buying them directly from Titleist. So it got really difficult. And so then in the 2010s, I kind of was like, you know what, forget it. If we can't make money in the pro shop, this is a retail space. I am going to embrace the fact that it's a retail space. I'm going to turn it into some sort of a gift shop. And so this is my sister-in-law, Teresa, and she's super talented. And so we turned it into kind of this shabby chic, gift shop. We sold a bunch of candles and tons of garden things, which actually sold really well. Guys really like to garden. And so we just had, a lot, it was a lot of fun. And the one thing that I noticed was when we started meeting with some of these retailers, we bought like Christmas ornaments that were, that were small that people could buy and hang on their Christmas trees and things like that. And what was crazy about it is that the markup was so much easier on these retail things as opposed to golf. Because, when we buy a sleeve of balls, like if I'm making 75 cents or $1, I'm excited about that. And, we would buy these Christmas ornaments, we would buy them for 75 cents, but the MSRP was like $5 or $6, and people gladly paid $5 or $6. So, that portion of it was really easy. We hired a picker and, had tons of like old, like garage, kind of like man cave type things that we sold inside the pro shop. But as time went on, this too, was just not as successful as we wanted it to be. And so in my office, I have this sign, and this sign says, "Trust your crazy ideas." And so this brings me to what we are doing now in the year 2020. So what we did, this right here is my current pro shop. It even looks worse now because all the drywall is gone. And we are completely getting rid of our pro shop. And we will be putting in 2 new simulators. We should be completely done by December 1st. And, one of the things that kind of led us to this is I served on a committee at the USGA, and there were a lot of millennials on that committee. And one of the questions that was constantly coming up was, why do I have to go into a pro shop? And all of the older people, in the committee were like, well, because that's what we always do. But the fact is that you don't need people to check in the pro shop. And I think this year of all years in the land of COVID, we certainly have realized that we can make some pretty crazy decisions that we once thought were nearly impossible. I'm going to cover just a couple of other crazy ideas that I did contemplate before going the simulator route in case it might make sense to you. So one thing is, we have nice retail space. We do have yoga that takes place right now at the golf course. And so they use one of our event spaces, but there was a time where I thought, man, maybe I should turn this into some sort of a yoga studio instead. Maybe I should contact a local physical therapist and see if maybe they rented to, rent my space, and maybe we could possibly even, make it be very golf centric around the therapy. I tried really hard. One of my former employees is an athletic trainer, and I tried really hard to get him to, start his own business and rent the pro shop from me, but he was a little scared to take that jump. I have a cousin who rents retail space. She has a paper supply store, and the rent for some of these small startups is astronomical. And so, I kind of contemplated, well, maybe I should see if there's, someone out there who's, got a lifelong dream of having like a small kind of retail space. And, we have a lot of foot traffic, and, maybe that would make a nice complement. And then I also have a friend who she owns a dance studio. And it's only used in the late afternoon after 3 o'clock. And so she turned her dance studio into like a WeWork space where she rents out the studio in the morning for, types of people who don't want to work from home necessarily. I don't know if you guys have kind of heard of this. It's really popular right now, but, so startup lawyers, startup graphic designers, those types of things who would kind of like to look a little more professional is, another option. So we contemplated all of those types of things. And then ultimately, I landed on go ahead and just kind of go for it and put in simulators. Now, I will tell you kind of a funny story. I should technically have my simulators done by now, but the week that we were supposed to I just signed the loan. We were just getting ready to get started with our contractors. And 2 days after signing the loan is when our entire country shut down. And so I quickly called my banker and I said, thank you, but no thanks. I don't need that money right now. I'm gonna hold back on the reins a little bit. But some of the things that we were thinking about was, how do we make this so that's a 12-month business? And several of you, I've spoken out on Accelerate, letting you know I was kind of contemplating this, and I've talked to several of you, and you guys always would call me on a day that it was raining, and you would say, "Hey, Allison, my clubhouse right now is full of golfers, even though it's raining outside. You don't want to know why? Because they're all playing on the simulator." And so that just kind of got my brain thinking a little bit more. And then I am very interested in pursuing lessons year round. There's a little more tailored that we can do with lessons. And then obviously food and beverage is a huge thing. And then one of my final decisions is last year at Golf Business, I listened to Randy Anderson, who is going to be the speaker after me. And I listened to him, and I just love his energy. And I was kind of thinking, I'm like, you know what? I absolutely can do that. That looks like fun. And then I was at the PGA show, and I toured a bunch of different simulators, and that was when I was sold on them. Now, I do need to put a caveat in here, because this is huge for me, because I think I'm probably known for being the person who tries crazy things all the time. But I must admit, when I went to the first TechCon, I think it was like 5 years ago, and there was a simulator there, I thought, no way, no how, that is not going to happen. I think that's really silly. And it took me 5 years to come around, but I have. So that idea is to just think way outside the box. And how can you use that valuable retail space for something else that is more valuable? All right. So the next idea that I have is to embrace technology. And some of you, likely are like, no way, I'm not going to run my pro shop. That's way too scary. So let's try another method of selling. And this is particularly evident during the times of COVID, when retail space, you can only have like one person in your clubhouse at a time, and, kind of got a little scary this spring. And, one of the things that we've always struggled with is, we hire college kids, 18-year-olds, and they just don't know a whole lot about what's in the pro shop. And, as general managers, pros, PGA pros and all that kind of stuff, we can't just be in there all the time explaining why you should use this ball over the other, or why lessons are important, or why this grip is better than this grip, or, the disadvantages of, this type of club over another one. And so I'm gonna offer you a suggestion of how you can be the best salesperson at your golf course. And that is to pick a physical product that you are going to feature each week on we'll call it a golf show in your pro shop. And you're going to load that physical product into your online store, so that people can be able to purchase that product online. I have worked with a golf course who has done just this, and they had a fantastic response, and their pro shop has done better this year than it normally does. What you're going to do after that is you're going to feature that product in a live feed. Now, almost every social media now has a live feed. They have Facebook, you have YouTube, you have Instagram. All of those types of things all have live feeds, and you can actually do them all simultaneously if you just have like 3 phones or 3 iPads set up, so that you're just going live on all of those things. I think I even saw that LinkedIn is even going to be having a live feed. So let's just picture on every Wednesday night at 7 p.m., it's your golf show, and you're going to stand there and you are going to explain what is going on with that new set of Callaway clubs, and why is this so much more valuable than the rest. And you're going to go in and you're going to become the expert, and you're going to offer something that that maybe if they buy by the end of the show, kind of almost like the home shopping network, where if they buy by the end of your show, there's some sort of discount. Maybe it's a comeback coupon or some sort of an upgrade. They get a free sleeve of balls or whatever it is. And then if they buy after the show, obviously they would just be getting the product. And this particular golf course that I've worked with, they would then have an hour period of time on Fridays that then you came and you picked up that product. So just imagine the possibilities of what you might be able to do if you are the main salesperson at your golf course. And think of the consistency and how you now become a complete expert and you are establishing credibility in among your community. So if someone's tuning in and you're doing something consistently every Wednesday night, for instance, and you're selling that product all day on Thursday, just think about the possibilities and think about the upsales. Because now when you're talking about this new set of clubs or this new set of a new type of ball or whatever it is, they're always coming out with things 2 or 3 times a year. It's hard to keep up. But now just imagine if you are able to then establish yourself as that person, and then now you can, hey, this is what's for sale, but hey, if you want, you can come out and I'll teach you a lesson. Or what other kind of thing, come out and I would love to go play golf with you. Or maybe you can reference, hey, I was playing with a member the other day and I noticed he had this new Odyssey putter and, this is the thing that he was doing. So you can just totally make yourself and your golf course be very credible and relatable, which is the key to marketing in this current age that we are in. All right. So that brings me to idea number 3. And I've got quite a few little things I want to cover with some of these things. And then hopefully we'll have time at the end because I'm going to train you on a couple of shortcuts that I have learned over the years. So I've done lots of presentations about the importance of selling things online. So I hope I don't sound like a brokered record, but it is so important that you are moving yourself online. And I would think that after this year, you understand just how important it is to make those types of things available. And so when I'm talking about moving your shop online, I am not talking about putting hats and shirts and balls and clubs and all of those types of difficult things to sell online. It's really hard to compete with Amazon. You're just never going to be Amazon. But what you are is you are a golf course. And so the types of things that I'm suggesting is that you're doing more than gift cards. Then you can also load and sync up your online store with your social media. If you haven't done this, it's really important and it's a very easy marketing. I'm going to show you how to do that. You can also, there's a couple of companies out there that allow you to drop ship. So you don't actually have the product on site, but you are the one who is making revenue and then they're shipping it to your customer. And then you should also be featuring your online products. So yesterday we listened to a great presentation from Chris, and Chris was talking about having those social media content where you're having something, maybe once a week and pre-scheduling that out. Well, when you're sitting there trying to think of what in the world do I want to put on social media, if you just featured an online product once a week and then tagged it, that would be a really easy thing to include in your social media. All right, so what do I mean by more than gift cards? So on my website, I sell everything under the sun, and I've tried all sorts of weird things. And most of it was created, it's probably been about 10 years ago now, when, it was just a really hard time. We were getting ready to pay property tax in the spring, and we'd had a really long, horrible winter. And I was kind of scared, honestly, that we weren't going to have enough money to pay our bills. And so that's when I was like, you know what, I'm going to try really hard, and I'm going to sell a loaded foursome just for like 3 days. And call it like a spring break special and see if I can get enough money, generated. And it took off extremely well. And I've been doing it ever since. And we do now a little over $100,000 in our online store. So I highly, highly, highly recommend that you think way outside the box of what are the types of things that you want people to buy and know about your business in your online store. So this particular thing is a voucher. We have a miniature golf course, and so we do tons of birthday parties where they have a cake and they have pizza and all that kind of fun stuff. We haven't done a ton of them this year because COVID's made everything weird, but there have been years where, we've done upwards of 200 birthday parties before. We also sell what we call a beer belly pass. So this is a 6-pack of beer with a drink. I like to be a little quirky, so this may not work for everyone, but my golfers get a kick out of it. We also sell punch cards, and I call it the certificate of being awesome, because this is a big thing that we sell around Christmas. And so the person is allowed to then print up this certificate, which I just think is kind of a fun gift to be able to present. And then when they come to the golf course, we actually give them the punch card to use. The other thing that I would suggest is yesterday, I don't remember who was speaking, but they were talking about the importance of including fundraisers and doing cool and good charitable things. And so one of the things that we did this spring is, I feel so sorry for some of these small businesses, particularly the bars and the restaurants, and how unbelievably hard it is for them to be able to navigate through these really hard times. Bowling alleys are also another one that's just really struggling. And so I thought, well, what if I could somehow help them by offering a gift certificate that was then included with my golf? So we partnered with a local restaurant, and we sold vouchers where they got golf from us and a gift card to that restaurant. And then because of our miniature golf, we also partnered with a local ice cream shop where they got miniature golf as well as ice cream. So I'm just giving you these examples, be thinking about, maybe it's not even necessarily something that is just you. What can you do to help your community and to be able to purchase those types of products to be able to help them? All right, so now I'm going to go in and explain a little bit of how you connect your virtual online store with Facebook. And when you connect it inside of Facebook, then it's also connected inside of Instagram. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to this URL. It's business.facebook.com/commerce_manager. So if you can see it there in the top, maybe when I come back through, I'll put that in the comments, but that's where you go. And you're going to set up your shop. So you'll click on Get Started. And then if you are using Shopify and WooCommerce, I'm trying to think of if there's any others, but there's actually an automatic sync that can happen with a handful of the online store businesses out there. But if you don't use those, then you can also manually add all of those products to your online store. And so that's what this looks like. And then you can see here that these are all the products that I am offering inside of my online store. And then I've also categorized them just to make it be easy for people to navigate. And so what's funny is Facebook's going through a lot of changes right now. I'm sure you've noticed, there's a lot of things that look very, very different in the last couple of weeks even. And so I used to call them season passes because that's what we call our memberships. But passes is like a strange rule violation because of, I guess how other people use pass. Anyway, so you have to kind of, play with them a little bit and go through, make sure you're using the right wordage and those types of things. So anyway, we've got, that's how you get all of your products in your online store. The next option is for you to drop ship. Okay. So I don't know if you guys are taking advantage of it or not. You're crazy if you are not, but a lot of the retailers right now are actually helping. So they've got a bunch of loyalty programs themselves. So I know Titleist and Callaway and Bridgestone all have some loyalty programs that they do in the spring, and it's like a golf ball personalization, and then they will drop ship them to the customer. So make sure you're asking your rep about that. It's a very easy thing to do, and honestly kind of a no-brainer because you don't have to, nothing ever has to come to the clubhouse. The other company that actually is designed for drop shipping, this is called Vanguard. I work with a golf course out east who uses this, and they just have kind of, it's almost like a white label where it looks like it's the golf course's online shop, but it actually is not. But it allows them to sell a lot of almost kind of upscale products. And they can pick and choose what types of things they want to offer, but there's shirts and hats and jackets and clubs and all kinds of different things. And so your golfer goes and it's on your website. So, your golfer, it looks like it's your store, but the order actually goes to Vanguard, who then ships it out to your consumer. So another really super easy way to replace some of that pro shop revenue. So the next thing that, and kind of final thing that I want to visit with you about is that once you have all of your products inside of that online store, you can then go in and tag them. So this is really important for you to do, especially with Cyber Monday and Black Friday coming up. Because now this is just kind of an example post that I put up. But if I am going to feature that product, I can also tag them. Tag the product, and then what happens is that it's tagged, and the person, when they're on your social media, both Instagram as well as Facebook, they can actually buy the product right there, but it shows up to you as though it was an online purchase. So it's just so easy. It's a simple thing to accomplish, and you just need to get it done, especially before Black Friday. And then the other thing is that then you can have your shop then is part of where people can browse inside your shop. And you can see here, this is what the shop looks like. And I was telling you that this is where we have the categories just to kind of help people navigate. The other thing you can do is, pick, a lot of, I've worked with a lot of golf courses this year that, they hadn't updated their website in years, which was a big problem when you encountered COVID. And so if you are, kind of lined up and prepared, you can also feature your online products and as a banner, rotating banner in your homepage, or maybe on your Tea Time page, something that, gets a lot of traffic. So this is another example that I've used over the years of a website banner that then when they click on that banner, it goes directly to that online product. Another thing you can do is you can, just a second here. I didn't plug in my battery. I was getting aggressive. All right, so this here is another thing you can do. This is an Instagram post, but this is what I was explaining to you, that you can go on ahead and feature people in that, and then feature that product. So the left one there is an actual post, and then the right one there is an Instagram story. And I want to show you this trick that I have taught my team over the years. I've tried to get everything as easy as possible. Before I do, I'm going to show you that trick. I'm going to kind of move here to my slide. And so if you want to contact me, go ahead, send me an email if you have any questions. If you want to see a super gory picture of me after in the ER, send me an email. It's I kind of look like I'm wearing a Halloween mask, but anyway, send me some questions. I'm happy to help. I absolutely love helping the golf industry, so my door is always open. All right, so I'm going to hop in here quick, and I'm going to show you this little trick that I have learned. Okay, so I'm going to come over here. All right, so I use Canva, which is my favorite thing in the world. I love Canva. I'm in it every single day. So I'm going to use an example here of, this was the gift certificate that I made for when we partnered with that local restaurant. And now I'm going to come up here to the left, and I'm going to resize, and I'm going to choose Instagram story. Okay. So now that's going to open up a new tab, and it's going to take what was the gift certificate, and it's going to resize it into an Instagram story. Now, this doesn't look totally awesome, okay? So I'm going to play with it just a little bit. So I'm going to bring this up here. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. I'm going to make the restaurant a little bit bigger. And I'm going to make my logo a little bit bigger so it doesn't look weird. I'm going to bring this down here, make this a little bit bigger, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so we're not going for perfection here. It's hard for me to say that, but okay, there we go. All right, so now to me, that looks a lot better for a story, okay? And when you're building out an Instagram story, the key is to have it kind of build up into something. So what you want to do is up here, you want to duplicate. I'm going to duplicate this 3 times, okay? And so you have these pages, just a second here. So I'm going to add a page, and I'm going to copy that. Let's see here. Sorry that I'm having to get in close. I hope I don't scare anyone. Okay. Okay, so this here, I'm going to duplicate. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate that. Okay. And then I need to delete this one. Sorry. Okay, so now I have 3 different pages that I have created. Okay. And so the final image of my Instagram story is going to be what I have here. And so all I'm going to do is I'm going to remove a few things from the beginning. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to remove this. I'm going to just delete this. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to delete this. Okay. And then, and I need to delete the filler images as well. And then the second one, I'm going to delete this image. And I'm going to delete this image. And so now when I have my Instagram story, it will play, because stories that are only 1 picture are really boring. So now I can load this up. And so here is my first one. Here is my second one. And then it takes me to this. And then I would probably put an arrow on this and then link this one to that product that I have created earlier, what I demonstrated earlier. All right, so that's kind of the end. I'm going to go ahead and hop over and see if there's any questions.
Hi, Allison.
Yes. Hey, how are you doing?
We're doing great. Well, thank you. And I'll tell you, after the presentation, I mean, you can certainly see them over there. I'm going to feed you some questions. There's some really good ones, and there's also, and rightfully so, a lot of tremendous well wishes for you. So we're so thankful that you're okay, and we're glad you're with us. We really appreciate you taking that extra step. I kind of feel like we should have had some walk-up music for you, like from the theme from Rudy or something like that, to kind of bring you on the stage.
Right. Some rocky music or something.
No, but this is really just fantastic and a great way for us to start the day. So I've got a couple good ones here I'm going to get to, and I'm going to pop them up on the screen for you.
Okay, so I'm going to grab my charger really quick. I think I'm going to okay, but I'll be listening. I'm going to grab my charger.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time. All right. We hear you working.
Yes. I'll have to post a picture of my bizarre platform production, because I have my computer propped up on picnic baskets, and it's all crazy.
Well, I'm curious how many people looked at their computer when they saw that low battery light. I did. I looked at my computer. But so here's the first question. You can read that. What are you thinking regarding how to allocate time in the simulators for instruction and club fitting revenue versus time for F&B drivers like gaming, entertainment, that actually extend those operating hours into the evening?
Yeah, so that's one of the things I'm actually most excited about. First of all, it's no longer me. We've hired a pro this last year. Plus, I have a fantastic staff. So, and I have one staff member in particular who he actually wants the late hours. So we are planning to be open until like 11 p.m. is what our plan is for that. And then as far as like hours, we're I'll have to do another presentation maybe at the Golf Business, or maybe Randy will be a better person to answer all of this. But we will be putting things in an hour increment, and then for lessons, lessons will still be an hour. But and then like a foursome, if you're playing and not really putting a whole lot, it might take. And we went and kind of practiced around. And so our recommendation for the group will be 2 hours, but we're going to have everybody blocked off in hour increments is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, so kind of a follow-up question there. You may not have gone too far down this. What are you able to share, thinking about as far as, some of your pricing strategies for the different sort of things you're offering?
Yeah, so we are planning on charging $40 an hour. And what I'm getting ready to do, just to kind of get ourselves up and going, is I'm going to be giving a 6-month free membership away, because I want to build my database. So like I said, we're planning to be open on December 1st, and I'm going to have a bunch of winter leagues that I want to start right away in December. And so in order to do that, I have a landing page where it's going to be a giveaway where sign up here to win the first 6 months of free simulator use. I know that's a super generous offer, but what I really want is I want people who are excited and in a database for them to come, to my facility. So that's what we're going to be, doing to try and, kind of get everybody excited and signed up for those winter simulators.
Great. Kind of another follow-up, regarding the simulators that you're getting, besides offering golf, what kind of games are you keying on? I know you've heard Randy present. He's talking later today about some of the stuff he does in Maine because of what's popular up there regionally for him. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so this was really, really hard for me because when I was doing my original plan, I was going to go big or go home, and I was going to have 2, golf specific simulators, and then 2 gaming that had like other options. Because there's a few companies out there that have super fun things. Like there's one that has dodgeball, zombie dodgeball, which I played at the PGA show, and I was like, this is fun. And then I think it also does like baseball and a bunch of other things. So right now, what I was really sold on is I'm going to try really hard to kind of create the Topgolf experience. And so we actually went with more of a golf specific simulator at first because they have the hydraulic automatic tee pop-up, which, if you know me at all, I love technology. And I was like, yeah, I kind of need that. So right now, the plan is to start with 2, and then hopefully it goes fantastically, and I'll put in 2 more next year that have more of that gaming feature and all that kind of stuff.
Well, great. Well, obviously a lot of things going on, and as we all well know, you've got to get the word out. So with all these crazy new ideas you're doing and everything that you're working on, how are you communicating these out to your customers? Email, social, passively. What's working for you as far as getting the word out?
Yeah, so we have a big banner we just installed, coming soon, that it's going to be coming out in front of the clubhouse. And then, one of the things that, has been a huge blessing for COVID is that, we've added almost 4,000 names to our database this year. So, I'm weird when it comes to harvesting data. I'm just very, very focused on it. And so that's kind of what we're doing. And we're going to start, teasing. And like I said, the big thing is that giveaway is what we're doing to, try and make sure that these are people who are very specific to all of that. So.
Excellent. Well, we've definitely got time for another question here. So, as you were flashing your presentation up there are a lot of different technologies that look like they were involved in different platforms that you're using. But do you have a primary, online store that kind of works with your point of sale system that feeds into Facebook and these other things? Or how are you navigating the store itself and the different avenues that you're using to put different items up?
Yeah. So, I have always been, I'm always trying to find like the perfect type of technology. So I personally, I actually build my own website. I'm really weird because back in the 90s, I taught myself HTML. I know this is not normal, but anyway, so I actually, it's a WordPress website that I use, and then I use WooCommerce as my main shopping feature. And then I use what's called a PDF voucher for all of my download sales. And then I've done a lot of things of like how to, it sounds really awful when I'm actually saying what I do, but I've got it where it's pretty streamlined. Because all of our online sales then show up on a spreadsheet that the staff, kind of tracks all of that.
Excellent. Well, Alice, I'll tell you, we got one more comment here, and again, it's really a thank you from all of us at the staff for showing up, and fantastic presentation. And Taylor's going to pop back on here in a second. And you have any last parting comments you'd like to share with us?
My words of advice is if you don't have a waiver in place for non-golfers or people who are out taking pictures or something like that, getting hit with a golf ball is a real thing and can cause like serious damage. So if you don't have a waiver, please send me an email. I'll share you mine. That was the first thing I thought of, is like, I am so glad that if someone was going to have their eye shattered with a golf ball, I'm so glad it was me and not, one of my customers or staff members. So, golf can be dangerous, and we need to be taking those precautions to keep people safe, especially when we have so many, non-golfers out on our courses right now.
Well, that's great. Well, Taylor's going to pop on. There he is, magically giving me the hook and telling me to get out of the way. Allison, thank you very much. Taylor, take it away.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Allison. What a fun way to kick off our last day of RevCon 20. All right, let's check out this quick message from supporting sponsor Aplenty. Thanks to Aplenty. Randy Anderson will be coming up at the top of the hour for session number 2. But before we get there, we're excited to welcome Scott Kimmick and Kelly Gilly from PGA Career Services. We want to thank PGA Career Services for being a RevCon 20 presenting sponsor. And remember, folks, are also an NGCOA Smart Buy Marketplace supplier and the official sponsor of the Workplace Center on the new and improved ngcoa.org. I see Scott and Kelly are ready down there, and let's bring them to the RevCon stage. Scott, Kelly, how are you today?
Great, Taylor. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Doing well. We're looking forward to hearing what you had to say. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Well, Taylor, thanks for having us. It's great to be here to represent both the PGA of America and our team, PGA Career Services. Kelly is one of the 20 rock stars that work to support golf industry employers, like many of those on the session today, and golf industry professionals in their career pursuits. And we're excited to show a quick video, a little bit about who we are at the PGA of America.
My golf journey
began when I was 14 years of age. I got a lesson from Tiger Woods. Meeting Tiger Woods, that just really solidified my passion of making this a career.
Had a great PGA Class A professional that helped teach me the game growing up. After that, went on to get my mechanical engineering degree, and that led me to where I am today, combining my passion with the game of golf.
I think one thing that's interesting about golf is that it's never finite. With the advent of technology, changes of new rules, and different paradigms about what golf is, I think there's going to be sort of a new feeling about how to play the game of golf.
Growing up in southern West Virginia, my summer job was working in the coal mines, so I found out very early that it's easier to swing a golf club than a coal shovel. I love the competition, I love the camaraderie. I knew I wanted to be associated with it in some way.
Golf really does bring people together. I think golf is very unique that way. You know, it's just very rewarding to see that and just very cool.
PGA golf professionals are considered the experts in our community. People trust the PGA of America.
Being a part of the PGA helps me relate to a lot of people. It doesn't matter, if you come from the richest families or lower income families. It's a huge brotherhood.
Getting your PGA membership is kind of like getting your bachelor's in golf. I'm more proud to wear the PGA badge today because of the investment the PGA of America has made in the diversity of our sport.
The best part about being a PGA professional is being able to lead a facility and really grow the game of golf. We are opening up a new club in Nashville, and our goal is for it to be the best in the country.
A successful golf journey is to impact as many lives as I can possible, not only to help people's fundamentals and mechanics, but to actually have impact in and bond with the individual for sure. What else can you ask more in life? Wherever your golf journey is headed.
Wherever your golf journey is headed,
Let's get you there.
Let's get you there.
Let's get you there.
Well, I think that was a great example of what the PGA of America really is all about. It showed so many facets of what the organization stands for. First, obviously, highlighting a few of our esteemed PGA professionals. Really, they are the backbone of our organization, and in many cases, your facilities, and really a true conduit between all that play the game. And we're excited to highlight those and really think about it in a variety of ways. You know, part of the role of PGA Career Services is to support those industry professionals and find them the right opportunities, but it's also to work with employers like many of you and help them generate revenue and evaluate their operation. The operators, there's a number of great organizations in the game that support the growth and support operators, both from the club management to the golf course superintendent to our PGA professionals. And our team of career consultants works every day with both sides of the hiring equation and helping identify talent, but also really to help facilities. And you know, one of the things we wanted to share was the opportunity to work with our career consultants for all of you, to make sure that you knew that you could go to pga.org and find the career consultant that manages your market and can help support your efforts in really evaluating your operation as a whole. It's not just about hiring new staff, which we do many times throughout the year, but it's also about understanding and helping you evaluate your programs, whether it's teaching and coaching programs, whether it's some other revenue generating opportunities. You know, we do evaluations almost daily with facilities, helping them understand, helping us understand what your challenges are and trying to find some solutions to help your facility grow and be more prosperous. One of the areas that we see some untapped potential is in the area of instruction, and we'll turn it over to Kelly to offer a little bit of feedback there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Scott. Gosh, I love that video so much. Johan Koch, who's featured in that video, was a junior golfer at a club where I was an assistant professional. Fast forward a few years later, and I was able to hire Johan for his first job in the golf business as a membership director at our private club, and looking to see what he's doing now in Nashville is just pretty special and great to see. But one of the things that Scott spoke of is the value that instruction is bringing to our facilities right now. And we are seeing an increase in the number of teaching professionals and directors of instruction at many facilities because operators are recognizing the value that brings in terms of keeping members in the game. We're seeing a lot of things happening with keeping your members in the game longer with our professionals and their education, just really learning how to work around physical limitations that players may have these days and keep them playing golf longer. The other thing that we're seeing is that more and more family members are getting involved in the club. Programs for women, programs for children are huge. Many instructors are implementing these programs, one of which is very special to us, PGA Junior League Golf, and we'd love to share a little bit about that with you. Take a look at this video.
PGA Junior League is team golf, so a bunch of kids get together and play on a team, and it's cool because you're helping each other golf and giving each other tips to get better and better.
You get to become such a better golfer with coaches and hitting the ball and putting.
It's a different experience as if you go out and play by yourself. Instead of trying to compete, you want to compete together. You want to try to get the best score together.
Without PGA Junior League, I wouldn't know half the kids that I know. I wouldn't have some of the good friends that I have.
Your friends are always there to calm your nerves, and then you play better. You have fun while playing it, which is the most important part.
I'm getting really better at golfing from when I started.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. You still got people to cheer you on if you lose.
It's fun because you get to talk to other people, and it's not so serious where it's like, okay, I'm trying to beat you. It's like, okay, we're having fun, let's play together, you know?
It changes your personality and like the way that you see situations, and it helped me grow as a person.
Because it's more about life lessons. You could hit a great shot, but it's the way you take it after.
It doesn't matter if you're big or small,
Yeah.
or it just matters that you want to make new friends.
And you're having fun.
Yeah.
It's just like a dream. You make so many friends. Like I've already made like 3 best friends, which is crazy. PGA Junior League is just the coolest thing I've ever done by far.
The PGA Junior League is awesome.
That video leaves you with such a great feeling. I think as golf course owners and operators, you understand the value of growing the game and what that means for your facility long term. But even just today, the stories that we hear about PGA Junior League and the increase in cart revenue, the increase in food and beverage revenue that's associated with the matches is pretty special and impactful at every facility that hosts these teams. Scott, you want to talk a little bit about our facility evaluations after COVID?
Thanks, Kelly. And for someone who was involved in PGA Junior League from its inception, it really is exciting to see the growth of that program. And to piggyback on Kelly's comments, it really is amazing the revenue that it can bring to a facility, but as importantly, just the enthusiasm and fun it brings for kids. And we all know the future of the game is in our youth. And I think the as busy as facilities have been, and since COVID, it really is. It's provided some challenges in certain places for youth to find access, but we know that as a team in PGA Junior League, it's something that really has made a positive impact on the revenue for facilities. And if that's not a program that you're offering today, you really should do some research. And to me, that's part of the services that we offer as a career services team, is the ability to counsel you and your facility operators on some best practices. And obviously revenue is important to all. And Junior League is just one example of industry initiatives that we counsel employers on. We've had quite a bit of discussions with different, from municipalities to the highest private clubs on this particular program. And frankly, a lot of industry initiatives, trends, best practices, both pre, post, and frankly during COVID. We understand and have a team regionally placed of 20 strong that understand the demographics of each market, understand in many cases what your competitors are doing, what are the best practices, and how you might optimize your operation. And as a support to the industry, we're excited to represent the PGA of America and offer those services to you, the NGCOA members, to facilities, and really to everyone who's excited about the game. And we have a variety of services that we offer complimentary, and we're excited and hope that you reach out for your local career consultant and make that connection. And at this point, I think we'd open it up to any questions from the participants.
Hey, great job, Kelly and Scott. It's Mike Ketterman. Nice to see you.
And you too, Mike.
Good to see you, Mike.
Yeah, we want to thank you guys for all the hard work and in support of the golf industry. Obviously, your initiatives are helping drive the wonderful game, the PGA Junior League. I mean, how fantastic is that? The smiles on those kids' faces and bringing new golfers into the sport is fantastic. So thank you so much. We do have a lot of questions that have populated, and I'm going to go ahead and share the first one with you. And that's, can you share with the group maybe some individual success stories on how to grow revenue?
Kelly, you want to go first? You want me to go?
You go first, and then I'll pipe in.
Well, I think honestly, one of the greatest successes that frankly has had the most impact we did just share around PGA Junior League. And part of it is participation, and it gets more kids in the game. But to see the ancillary spend that has happened You think of the snack shop or the snack stand at a Little League baseball game. There's a lot of food and beverage revenue that goes in at low cost. Well, at your golf facilities, there are significant food and beverage revenues, cart rentals for grandparents who might not be able to walk around and watch the matches, but are renting some carts to be able to participate as a family. And one of the keys to me is and it may not be the first thing to come to mind, but real understanding and communication amongst not only your facility leadership, but your key operators, your key department heads. Communication is a major key to growing revenue, and understanding to make sure that your department's goals and department heads are matching that with what the facility ownership and leadership is. Many times that we do help clubs, courses, municipalities in finding talent. As we do some due diligence, you understand how far apart a previous department head might have been in their expectations with what the ownership's goals were. And I think that's where communication really is a great way to help understand each other, understand where there's opportunities. And frankly, that is some of that service that we offer to the game and to operators, to understand, what might be some gaps in your overall operation that we could help make you aware of and grow some revenue.
I think in addition to what Scott's saying, sometimes one of the easiest ways to grow your revenue is to keep your members active, right? So we've got to really attack the retention piece among our customer base, whether it be members or the public golfer. Recognize trends, get your team involved and active in reaching out to people who maybe their play level has declined. Maybe they haven't been to the club as often. What's happening in the lives of those people, and how can we make a difference and bring golf back into their focus? So retention is something that we really need to be focused on. A lot of times we're looking for more and more ancillary lines of revenue. We can actually grow that revenue by retaining our members. Their spend's automatically going to increase if we can get them more involved.
Sure. That's outstanding. Good. Okay, here's another question for you guys. So, this is a great one. So where does the PGA think the biggest challenges are in staffing? Availability-wise, are there shortages at the entry, mid, or management levels of professionals? Great question.
Yeah, it really is. And frankly, this is where we spent as a group, and frankly, as an association, a lot of time pre-COVID. We were seeing, frankly, national labor statistics that were unprecedented, where there was greater opportunities than people looking for jobs. And if you go back in history, that was, I think 2018 was the first time that had happened in at least in my lifetime. And how is the unemployment statistics today going to impact staffing? You'd like to think that'd be greater availability. But one of the things that we see as, and I've heard this from our allied associations in club management and in the agronomy world, is the lack of entry level talent and interest, and how we need to be proactive as an industry and go out and recruit individuals to understand the career opportunities in the game. And that is one of the areas that we've done. There have been a number of industry-wide efforts to diversify the sport and make sure that we are providing outreach for HBCUs and other similar institutions to provide and create awareness of the opportunities that are there. And I think as an industry, we so many times focus on our own individual lane. You might, as we sponsor and administer a great collegiate championship under our foundation brand, PGA Reach and PGA Works. And when you come across students who play the game at collegiate level, but also, they may have a technology background or a finance background. There's great jobs in the game in those industries as well. And it's connecting employers with those opportunities. So to me, it's I think that at the mid and management levels, there are those esteemed professionals, and that it's an industry-wide challenge to grow participation and interest at the entry level. And that's something that our team and our association is excited to help support across the industry.
Thank you, Scott. Okay. And here's another question for you guys. So, all right, so here we go. So what would you suggest as the next step in my facility to start implementing some of these programs?
Reach out to us. We've got a team of we've got a team of consultants around the country that would love to sit with you and figure out what your facility's needs really are and help make those connections for you with next steps, whether that be someone that you need to bring on board, whether that be partnering with an instructor at an area club, whatever those steps may be. PGA Junior League is certainly something we're happy to speak to as well and help implement at your facility. I have had golf professionals reach out to me in the last year that said, I would love to coach a team. Do you know a club that needs a coach? So we would love to be that resource for your facility, and on pga.org to find our team, just simply go to jobs and career services, and our team members are listed there around the country, as well as how to contact them. We want to help you, so just make that connection with us.
When your facilities are successful, the game is successful, and we all win, and we're happy to provide that service to all of you.
Scott, thank you. All right, guys, we have one final question for you guys. So this comes from Melanie up in Vermont. So small course here in Southern Vermont. How many kids do you need to be successful with a league? We started PGA camps this summer, but not sure we have the demographics to be successful with a league. Maybe you guys can answer that question.
So part of the role of the PGA of America with PGA Junior League is finding courses and connecting them within their own league. So one team is as little as 9 or 10 students, and ultimately we would find courses nearby that already have a team, or try and help generate interest from other nearby facilities to do so. And then it's amazing to all of us to see, how 10 kids that join as one team that enjoyed playing in the program that now invite their friends, and the 10 becomes 40. Now you have 4 teams at your own course and really become your own league. So to me, it starts with a team, and we say 8 to 10. I mean, we've seen it as 6 interested participants that can tap a friend on the shoulder to maybe fill out the squad. So it really can start with as few youth as that.
That's great. Yeah, because obviously once you touch a club and hit that ball for the first time, we all fall in love with the sport, right? Whether we hit it to the dead right or hit it down the middle, we all fall in love with the sport. Well, hey, listen, guys, that's our cue to wrap up here. But thank you guys so much again for your support, your involvement in this networking session. We do appreciate it. And you guys enjoy the rest of RevCon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Kelly. We're excited to welcome Randy Anderson to RevCon 20. He's going to show us how to capitalize on and embrace gamification, and how his innovative gamification strategies are key to revenue generation. Randy is the owner of the Meadows Golf Club up in Litchfield, Maine, and it looks like he is ready to go. Randy, welcome to RevCon 20. Come on up to the stage. There he is.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Yeah, good to see you, Randy. How's it going up in Maine?
We're doing very, very well. We're still golfing, and life is good outside.
Hey, well, that's good. Good to hear. I'll give you a quick second to pull up your presentation. I'll remind everybody at home that comment box to the right there. Feel free to comment, fire away any questions for Randy over the course of his presentation. We're going to try to address them on the other side of it. But he is all queued up, ready to go. Just hit that hide button there, Randy, and take it away. The floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that, Taylor. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to the NGCOA and to all of the sponsors who have made this possible in this year that's a little bit wacky. We're all pretty excited, I think, to get together, even if virtually. And we're honored here at our club to be able to share a little bit of our story. And hopefully it'll help everybody out there drive some extra dollars and get through some of these crazy times and or plan for next year and then beyond. So just want to say thank you to everybody at NGCOA, all the work that's happening behind the scenes, and the sponsors and everybody else who has taken the time to do a presentation. I've been listening, and it's just great. I love it. So anyway, thank you. So my presentation today really is about our mantra and our mission, which is fun, food, and friends. So from our standpoint, I think that it's probably important to understand what has happened, what are we, real quickly, some background. So I know nothing about running a golf course. I know nothing about running a restaurant, certainly not retail. I came from the service industry and was ready to make a major career change. The local course came for sale. I conned a couple good friends to go in with me. And so here you go. We 3 years ago bought this golf course, and it's the 23rd season of the golf course. And everything online said, do not do this. It's the craziest idea. Golf is not a good business to get into if you want to make a living, etc. But 3 years later, I'm really glad we did. But I think it all starts with that vision of fun, food, and friends. I think it's Simon Sinek that says, when asked what you do, you should start from, instead of saying, well, we are a golf course, and then go back in and, well, how do you do it? We usually say we are a regional entertainment spot or destination. Really, so how do you do that? Well, we create lots of great activities. We have great food, and people just leave having a good time. And then they say, well, what do you do? Well, we happen to be a golf course that also has a pub and other things we do. So I think it's important to understand what is your mission and how are you going to grow revenue. And for us, the gamification side of the house kind of fit into that, and I'll get into that in a little bit more. Let me give you some perspective on the size, because we aren't a Troon, or we're not a huge organization with zillions of dollars. So this is hopefully going to help a smaller to mid-size operator really take an evaluation of this and say, hey, does this make sense? So just to kind of open the kimono a little bit, when we bought the place, there was around $330,000 in annual revenue, which isn't that much, and 68 members. So we finished last year at about 1.2 and 140-ish members. And even with the COVID shutdown for a month and a half in the pub and a month and change on the golf course, we'll beat next year as well. So I think it's important to understand that history, not anything more than a small course can find ways to drive other revenue. And this is one of the things that was a critical thing from our standpoint that made it happen. So those are some of the reasons and ways that we're looking at everything we do. And for example, listening to Allison just a second ago about just toss out your retail and look at other ways of doing it is something very interesting that I think we're going to have to think about. How do we make that happen as a retail space is an interesting thing. So anyway, first of all, again, making it fun. We do lots of things with Mug Club. We do some music. We do cornhole. Used to be until we couldn't do cornhole anymore with COVID. Taco Tuesday, Trivia Tuesdays, things like that. So I think you just want to, our online persona in the pub / the course really is about having fun. So that's what you'll see if you follow us at either the Meadows and or Doolin's. We are also a little bit secluded. We're in Maine and we're out in the country. So we're always wondering, well, how do we create some alternate revenue streams so that we're not dependent solely on one thing? So at the very first thing we did is there aren't any major or opportunities for good and food. So we put some energy into the food very early on, hired an executive chef, created an atmosphere that people wanted to come to. So from that side, we were drawing people to the course that didn't even golf, which will eventually lead into the simulator discussion as well. When we did that, then that helped drive us to do a few more things with the course. And when the course was done and we're winter in Maine, then we're wondering, well, how do we keep playing golf? How do we keep doing activities? How do we keep that fun going, whether it's golf or other things? How do we find other ways to get people to come in? So the picture you see on the top left is the former cart barn, what I'm sitting in right now. And we'll give you a video tour at the end so you can kind of see what we have from a setup here. But that was the cart barn. It's an asphalt bottom, barely a roof on it, leaked when it was raining or snowing. Typical cart garage. And it was right attached to the clubhouse. So we said, wow, how can we make this work? Like, this space seems to me like a bit of a waste. So how can we leverage that location? So it was underutilized, first of all. And then we looked at the map on the right-hand side and said, okay, so let's talk about simulators. And I think if you're looking or contemplating doing simulators, it's really important to consider the geography and or competition of entertainment or fun, or and very specifically golf simulators. And for us, we're the green dot that you see there in the middle of the map. And the only, at the time, other golf simulators were 30 miles away at the red dot way at the bottom and towards southern Maine or mid-Maine. So we knew that there's an opportunity because in that metro-ish area, we're in a town of a couple thousand people, but we're near Augusta, 20, 30 minutes to Augusta, the capital, Lewiston, Auburn, which is bigger, 40 plus thousand, Lewiston, Auburn, and then Brunswick, which is a town of 15, 20-ish thousand. So right in the middle of those three hubs is our market, is our region. So the closest one is 30 miles away. Then what do we need to do here to position ourselves as a great place for entertainment in the winter with golf clubs? So nothing was really close. We'll come back to that slide a little bit later. As I said, it's important to understand, I think, what your competition is and what other people are offering from either golf or if you're doing other gaming, what else is there? Because since we did this 2 years ago, those other 4 blue dots have popped up as competition. So I think it's really kind of important to do that homework on what else is out there and how can we fit that need. So what process did we go through? I think that when we look at that, we went ultimately with Full Swing. So just to go to the end first, we went to Full Swing, but it was after an exhaustive process. The first thing is we created a feature pro and con list, like things that mattered to us as golfers or hack golfers even, to when we went and played other places, even before we thought about this. One was a couple of things. How is it putting? What's that like? What's the response time on the ball flight? Do you have to hit a regular ball or not? Tees, what's that like? The playing surface? What kind of golf courses are out there for choices? Things of that nature. So we created that feature pro and con list. Of course, behind the scenes part of that was the support up front and after the fact from the different partner vendors. Do they help you with design work? And I'll show you a couple things about that. What was their tech support like? What were the hours of tech support? So we did this list, created some financials for what we thought would make sense from a initial investment perspective, and did a plan for the cart barn we transitioned out to what it is today. And then we narrowed the field down. A couple of years ago, I think it was January, I went to the PGA show, and my only point of going there was to go test our top 6, I think we had listed at the time, and just play with them, see what they feel like, talk to the folks representing them, and then doing another scoring system. So what does the response time look like and feel like? If we haven't been able to do it at the PGA show, my business partner out in Colorado went to regional ones, and that's out there, played them, talked to the owners, talked to the managers, and said, hey, what do you like about them? What do you not like about them? And similarly, we did the same with the folks around here in Maine. So we narrowed it down even further after we talked to those owners. And again, as we said, we're going to use it for lots of things. So in addition to the golf aspect, could we use it for lessons and fittings, which is a revenue generator by itself? And then as a bonus, we come to find out there are some sims that at the time there was really Full Swing was by far the leader. And I can't speak to today's offerings out there, but being in Litchfield, Maine, having other games to play, like a variety of shooting games after prairie dogs, squirrels, trap shooting, target shooting, all of these crazy games, then that would be a big draw for us. And also other activities. So there is a hockey, you put down fake ice and you go after a goalie. There's soccer. As Allison said earlier, yes, there's zombie dodgeball with a few different settings. You have them coming after you. Basketball, things like that. So all of those other games, we knew that even if you're not a golfer, we can position and market to our region or as a destination to come have a good time. So those were all the factors we looked at as we made our selection and went with Full Swing. Of course, the Tiger Woods and other pros that endorsed it tends to help. When I tell a golfer that, yes, the simulators we have are the same ones that Tiger Woods has in his house, well, don't have to really talk much more about it. 80 some courses, all kinds of great things like that. So just saying the Tiger has it in his house makes a big difference. No question in the perception of the golfer before they've even stepped foot in our space here. And then we also did the space. How many could we get in? What could we do? You'll see here shortly. We actually put in two simulators. It worked out great. You'll see on the quick tour in a second that the pitched roof that you saw in the picture was going to be a challenge, we thought, with the ceiling requirement of 10.5 feet all the way back, and where the camera mounts. The great folks at Full Swing did a great job of helping us solve that. For all of the above. So those are some of the reasons that we went to Full Swing. So some of the reasons why I think it's also important to know, why wouldn't you want to do this? Why shouldn't you do this? Learning from what we went through, and also just in talking to lots of folks. I think that, first of all, the startup cost for buildup and the systems needs to be really solidly thought about, and the estimate's real clear. Our total investment for the systems, the two systems we bought, which included not just the golf, but all the games and the shooting, and then the build out for what we did in here. We didn't have to do a brand new building, which helped a lot, but that was just around 140,000 plus or minus. So we had members helping out. Of course, that's a huge plus when you get members involved, and they can have some maybe time on the simulators and trade for how much time and effort they did here. But the member involvement was fantastic and helped us reduce that number. So that, under 150,000 is what we're able to do for this build out. Another reason why you might want to avoid getting into the simulator world is if it's too long for you for a recoupment of investment. So I'm going to show you some of the numbers here shortly. We expected that the ROI would be in about 2.5 years. It would be back to just full break even, and then profitability, full just profitability after that. And we really got to about 3.5 years, and I'll show you those numbers in a second. But it's not a overnight just go to the bank every day and smile and go home and kiss the babies, call it good. So you have to think about that. We always are thinking about what are the other alternative investments that we might be able to put money in and get a return on investment, create a better experience for our people that visit us, create other offerings of activities, what have you. So at that time, but for us, it made sense. So we're glad we did it, but considering those other alternatives, I think is really important. And as I said earlier, doing the research of what is out there for competition, in terms of what do we have for another group that has another simulator. The other one that I mentioned, it was the red dot on the bottom, has a different company simulator, which is also quite good, I think. And they have 4 or 5 big group, and they draw a lot of the Portland market. So we felt that we still could make it work. Subsequently, as I told you, there's now 3 others that are within 20, 30 minutes of us. And certainly that's of interest. So we're watching what their prices are, what systems they have, and how we need to make sure that we're positioned in the market. So that competition and that saturation is really important to understand. So if there's 10 regular golf courses in our area, we would have a problem. And same thing with simulators. And then the F&B side. For us, the F&B is a critical aspect of our business. The food and beverage drives, as I'll show you, a good uplift beyond what you get for every dollar in the simulator time. So looking at simulators, it's not just what are you going to rent it per hour for, or if you're selling memberships or whatever else you're doing with it. It's also what will you get incrementally for the food and beverage, and can your group and can your kitchen, can your staff, can we handle that accommodation? So those are some of the things that I would consider you think about. There's lots of others, but those are just some of the keys that I would consider at the time. So what we did learn is, speaking of food and beverages, we expected about 30 cents of every sim dollar that we brought in. So if we're renting them for $30 an hour, right, then we should get $9 in food and beverage. Well, actually, we're almost 70 cents for every dollar. And so that's been fantastic. It's helped offset some of the utilization lower than we thought. October, November, December was slower than we would like. For us, perfect world stuff. Hey, we're here. It starts to snow in October or November. Boom, let's start playing golf. What we found is that there are some people in our area, and perhaps your area is different, that need some transition time from outdoor golf to get their kids to school or start their fall schedules, start their fall, just whatever they're doing, the fall cleanups, etc., and then start to come back. So need a break or want a break for some reason. We're obviously going to try to continue to work on that, but at the beginning, we really found that October, November is slower than we expected. It's still helpful, it's still incremental, but it isn't all of a sudden. It's just everything goes from outside to inside, and it's not a build it. Everybody's going to come. Great marketers, like we heard our friend from Troon yesterday talk about marketing. This is no different. We have to constantly drive, whether it's online engagement about this type of play. We need to have activities. So we do certain, like we'll do a Masters tournament that just for that week when the Masters is going, you can win prizes and you play whatever course we have set up, and engagement and reasons to come play versus just come play. Or they're playing at Bethpage today or for this week, then the next 2 weeks you play Bethpage, you're in a drawing, whatever. So that constant marketing and constant push is definitely critical to making these work, and for people to know you're here. Lots of courses in the area don't have the simulators, so reaching out to those courses and making sure that they get that you have this, that their members are welcomed, and if you want to make a special deal with, hey, if you're a member at XYZ Sunshine Club, then you get it, and then hopefully you can sell them to keep coming back. Leagues are critical, not just like in regular golf, but in simulator golf. It is a reason why folks really need to come to get their weekly play in. And we do it so that every week is a different week. Instead of Tuesday night league night, you need to play during this particular calendar week, the particular course with the settings that we've got set up, and then we otherwise run it the same way as a normal league works. In this room, we've actually set it up. I'll show you shortly. Parties are effective. So whether it's a company party or a kid's birthday party, again, we have more than golf. So parties and events in this room have been really helpful. And we don't have a huge amount of space, but it is nice to have a separate room and to sell. Well, one group of folks can be playing and hitting golf balls, and then the other side can be doing various other activities. And that's proven to be a nice supplement, particularly as we get around December and some of the holidays or birthday parties, and focusing and pushing out to corporate events, small sales meetings. Folks always want to get to a sales meeting and be by a golf course, but if they're inside, they can access our Wi-Fi. They can actually do some quote unquote work while we're giving them food, beverage, and they're having a good time. That's a win for everybody. And like I said, where I'm at, just rural, the shooting games have been a huge help. On Wednesdays, we had a period of time where we did Whack-'em Wednesday. So from 6 to 9 or something at night, you would come, we would have, you'd pay some certain amount. I think it was pretty cheap, like $10. You get to play so many games, you get a score, and then there's prizes and games, and people are laughing and they're shooting, and it's pretty dang funny. So those are some of the, I think, helpful lessons. Now, just some of the nuts and bolts. So just this shows you a couple of the estimates we had made at the time. So the estimated utilization I show you by month, and actual utilization over the first 2 years I mentioned is listed there. We charge $30 an hour. I heard Allison saying 40. 30 for us is right at this point. We'll be looking at that and probably moving it up. If not this year, we'll certainly do it next year. We're really, since we've had three or four competitors come in, the competition aspect of us is what we're watching real closely. So the max utilization for us, we figure 12 hours at 6 days, I think, is how that number gets to be. The 7th day is just a bonus day. If you can open and close later, that's phenomenal. So by reservation, we'll usually open at That's 6 or 7 in the morning for some hardcore players that are here all the time. We seldom need to stay open past 9. It has happened. It's usually certain days of the week drive that play a little bit more, Friday night, Saturday night type of thing. So then you see the estimated revenue in F&B. So we had expected that the 110,000 a year would be about what we would be at from just a gross revenue perspective. And then you could see the actual numbers. We are really running just short of 100. So not a far off, mostly because the food and beverage has really pulled us along. So this year, as you can imagine, our focus is on that utilization. And if we're able to, maybe in January, we might raise a rate a slight amount just to offset a bit more too. So those are just some of the numbers that we've seen over the first 2 years from our side. So when you look at it even further, what's next for us? So we had talked about, well, if this just goes gangbusters and we have no room for hours left, perhaps we'll add or do more. For our side right now, we're going to continue with these 2, keep doing it well and do it better, hopefully every month, every day, every year. We won't be putting in more at this point because of our space, because of the competition, but we're thrilled we did these. And I think it's important to know that we don't have the space. It would need to be a full build out, and that's a challenge. And we also are very cognizant that the technology is changing and it's very quickly developing. What I said in another conference where I spoke was I really believe that what we see here is phenomenal and great. I do believe that there's going to be an iteration of more VR-based play at some point that will kind of catapult this to another level. And I think we're just watching to see what happens with that. So technology is certainly changing. It's fast, and we want to be ready to take advantage of that when it comes. And the competition, not just competition at the local courses, but the simulators are going into some strip malls, not even at the golf course anymore, as I think is a great thing to grow the overall game of golf. And there are more and more organizations that are selling at-home units for garages or what have you. So those, I think, are also barriers that used to be bigger than they are now for competition to jump in to the fray. And then I think I've heard a couple of folks ask, well, do you make profit on this, or is it more like a feature? You have to have a putting green, you have to have a driving range, you have to, whatever. And I think it's been more profit in the past, and the pendulum has switched a little bit. I think having a simulator or simulators is a very important feature that for us as a small course, rural, helps offset us a bit, helps us from the membership side say, yes, our course has a simulator, a couple simulators. So if you get fitted and Callaway comes, we can either go outside or we can come inside and see all the spin rates and all the phenomenal stuff that you see on the simulators. And it also provides all those other non-golf activities too. But I think it's becoming more and more of a feature play, but with a profit element versus just a build it. They're all going to show up. We'll call it good. And the uniqueness, that's why I think putting your stamp of branding, of your personality is really the critical on this, since they're becoming more and more prevalent in the market as this grows, as I mentioned earlier, at home ones as well. One of the things, let me see before I go on, that I would recommend as well, and we talked to a couple people about selling memberships to simulators. We are not, and we won't. I don't see that changing in the near term. The reason why is we had a couple of courses tell us that you'll get folks who are really into simulators, they'll buy a membership, and then they take all your times. So whereas outside, you have a tee time every 10 minutes, inside, you have, my case, I have 2 simulators that I can rent, period, per hour. That's it. So be careful if you have a simulator or will be getting one to not sell out memberships and not be able to sell the hour and at the detriment of your financials. All right, moving on. A few tips when you get your simulator is also to make sure you have a startup checklist. Inevitably, there'll be one person that we have come in and set it up and start it up. That checklist is important. May or may not need to include every day calibration of the guns and just test it out, make sure it works. but it needs to be on and ready. All of the things staged. If you have new players that haven't played with you before, have that player, the new player speech ready, so that everybody says the same thing. Like, here are the settings. Here's how you will do it. Here's how you're going to do mulligans. Here's how long it should take you. That type of thing. Different people have different ways of presenting, and I think it's really, really, really important to make sure that message is equal across everybody, and that they're given the opportunity to make it as a good a fit in their play for them as they can, based on the settings and all the course selections, etc. And have an end of the day checklist. Make sure they're put to bed properly, cleaning, etc. As an aside, with COVID, the room I'm going to show you, we have not put up the barriers yet between the two simulators, which we will be doing. And we'll also be putting in gaps of time between our hour. We have 1 hour increments that people can book. We'll be putting in gap time to do thorough cleaning on the keyboards, the surfaces that we have, etc. So that's aside. COVID is a separate checklist and consideration. And then techie, if you have anybody that gets really into and excited about technology, they're the ones that get you to have out and help you a lot to start with. They are the ones you might want to work with when you start them up in the morning. Folks who get into the technology side are the best ones to show all the different aspects. And somebody who's tech phobic is not the right person. If you love golf, you're tech phobic, that might be a tragedy. To TV or not to TV, you'll see in this tour real quick that we have chosen not to put a separate TV to watch games or anything else in here at the same time. That was through some conversations we had with other owners or other managers of facilities. Definitely not other sound, because the games have some sound on it, especially the non-golf games. So sound for sure, I would say, please, you don't do that. But if you put in a TV, just know that there are different opinions, and the distraction from their play to watching on the TV can then delay their ability to finish a round in an allotment of time. For us, we say each 18 holes of golf per player is an hour. So if 2 people want to play 18 holes, it's 2 hours. 3 people want to play 18 holes, it's obviously 3 hours. 2 want to play 9 holes each, then that should take 1 hour only. But having a TV and distractions and plus mulligans change that a lot. And then, like I said, sell the party packages, activities, tournaments, leagues, constantly changing it as you would in your normal golf site. All right. Now let's do the virtual tour. So you'll see my screen just miraculously kind of move away. But I just want to show you here. We put in two simulators. This is one that is set up on the golf side. So as you can see, this room that you saw has a sloped roof. And so from up here, we have the sloped roof. We have a small amount of storage back here. And then when they come in, they're greeted here. We'll have a keyboard that sets up everything. There's the stairs they come in on. This is where all the league information will be. But then here's where we'll do all the activities. We have a list for the 80-some courses that they can play. And as you can see, it's pretty great space. You'll need room for up top for the cameras, as you might be able to see, and it's got that. So then this is where we make 70 cents per dollar, right? So the food and beverage, right? Our pro shop and our opportunity for selling that is out here. And then over here, we were worried we weren't going to fit in another one, right? So over here, it's a little bit more crowded, but we have it currently loaded on some of the shooting games. And these guns and these some of these things are amazing, right? They're actually heavy. They're replicas. If you didn't see the red thing on the end, it'd be kind of scary, I think. So these types of things are the games, and they're loaded on both. You have prairie dog, the deer hunting, all kinds of different activities we can do there. And we tend to rent the sports and the non-golf more here, as the balls can be a little interesting, and thinking about where your balls and the pucks and all that might fly. I could talk forever about that. But thinking about what games should go where is helpful. The other thing is, this one is a little more private. As you can see, if you're golfing, you've got a little half wall over here. For golfers that are a little embarrassed or first timers, which has been a huge plus for us. The people who are non-golfers that come in the sim and I convince them to come shoot something, inevitably they always want to try golf. So that is a huge plus, but they typically don't want to be on the one that everybody in the whole room can see like that. You can see it all the way across the room. How are they doing, right? But if you're a new golfer, you'd rather probably be secluded. You don't want to be on the driving range and everybody else is looking at you. So this has turned out to be a nice one for more of a private setting for golf. So there you go. We obviously do a bunch of fittings and such, but that's our virtual tour. You might have more questions. And we're almost toward the end, so I can get to those questions shortly. But I think I want to give a bonus tip and just tell you about what we're doing real quick. We have almost no extra room, but we have a little bit of space off on the side that we're thinking about likely putting in an RV and glamping side. If you've even considered about, I love Allison, by the way, and her crazy ideas I love. And so here's our crazy idea. So if you want money for doing very little, besides maybe answering the phone and saying hello to people when they get here, if you don't even want to build a resort or RV area, there's a great website that is a membership group called Harvest Host, that if you're a member of that, and then you pay extra to be part of the golf clubs, then those RVers can call and stay for one night with their RV with no service hookup, no dumping, no electricity, and no water. They can only stay one night, and they're encouraged to spend money with whatever organization. So they do it wineries, at distilleries, farms. So it's unique RV experiences versus just a campground. And for us, as being in Maine, we're one of only 3, I think, in the state of Maine that are on the Harvest Host list. It costs us nothing to be in it, and I just greet people and tell them where they can park. They play golf and/or they eat in our pub, and that's it. So there's my bonus tip. That's not even gamification related, but I just want to kind of tell you about that and some of the things we'll be doing. Fall colors in Maine. Here we are. Thought I'd just show you that real quick. And the other thing we do that's, I think, very unique and interesting is how do we always find ways to drive revenue? We put on a winter triathlon. So the first year it cost us money, but we do a winter triathlon. We hire a professional company with timing and all that. And the course is groomed and used for these activities our first weekend in March. And then we also groom all of our trails for free use of fat tire bikes, snowshoe, and cross-country ski throughout the winter to try to get folks to the simulators and everything else. So anyway, that's it. That's my book.
Well, thank you, Randy. Listen, we've had back-to-back great presentations and a lot of great energy, and the tour is really, really cool. We appreciate that. We've got some really good questions coming in, so why don't we get right to it? Actually, Allison is going to lead us off here, and she had kind of a follow-up, but you kind of answered this when you were talking about why you don't do memberships, but let me spin that a different way. Allison was asking about whether you use simulators or consider a subscription service. So for those times of the day where you may not have peak demand, not unlike some subscription services for the green grass side, have you considered trying to drive people to specific times under a subscription program, not so much a membership?
There's no doubt that yesterday's session that talked about subscriptions, I've taken a lot of notes, and that's exactly one of the things we're looking at. So for the first 2 years, we kind of understand what times are slower for us during the week. And that's one thing that we took as a takeaway yesterday to try to drive some folks. So I think subscription makes a lot of sense, specifically to area times of the day within a week that are slower than others. Membership, though, is the scary part for us that we were guided against, and I'm glad we didn't. But the subscription makes a lot of sense to us. We just haven't done it yet.
Excellent. And Allison's very helpful on the keyboard with us today as well. We really appreciate those questions, Allison. So how do you handle staff use with your simulators? Obviously, it's probably a popular thing to try to get on. So how do you handle that?
How do we handle the staff that supports it?
That wants to use it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, so for the way we handle it is if it's outdoor golf, it's a free membership. You get to play. We don't charge our folks. If it's indoors, then if it's after hours, they can use it however much and as much as they want. If it's during busy times, we block off a few of those blocks of time that are the peak times, And then if it's a slower times, it's they just have to know a day or two in advance. They can't book it forever in advance. So so slower times are more apt that can get on or after hours.
Yeah, and you may have mentioned this at the start of your presentation, but it was asked, was this dive into gaming part of your pre-acquisition strategy of the property, or was it a post-acquisition pivot?
Well, that's a phenomenal question. It was not part of our pro formas when we bought the place, but it was within probably 6 to 9 months after we did, knowing that we had a revenue problem during winter. Just a revenue opportunity. I don't even know if it was a problem. I mean, the pub was doing okay, but we knew that we had opportunity to drive even more revenue. So it was not part of the original pro forma, but that's a really good question.
Great. Here's another one. Internet service, speed. You talked a little bit about, some things you have to kind of work around, but you're in a remote area. So how have you handled that?
Yeah, so the internet access is important, and each of the providers will walk you through what they need. When we built out this room, there are very specific diagrams and requirements for where electrical usage needs to come through. What does the cabling need to look like? So each of the organizations that you might evaluate will be very clear on what your usage is. We have really good internet here. But it is important. And also when they tech support, they log in and they can see everything, or if they do a download or what have you. So having that access is critical. It's hardwired. It's not wireless for better performance. And that all has to be done when you build it out. Excellent.
So we've got a math question for you here. Regarding your overall property revenue, that one number, are you getting to a point now, how much of your revenue, obviously you showed us the F&B numbers that have been generated, how much of your bottom line are you now attributing to either the simulators or spinoffs from people coming because you have the simulation in gaming?
Yeah, so we are not able to attribute a simulator acquisition to further down the road revenue stream. So if I acquire a customer or a guest because they heard about us, they never played with us, they never eaten with us outside, but they come because of the simulators, and then they subsequently come and spend money or play golf with us outside, I'm not able to attribute those acquisitions to down the road lifetime value.
Gotcha. So you mentioned your initial projections were a little bit off. Any final advice to someone who's considering this on, where to maybe be conservative, what you might do differently, if you had it to do over again?
I think talking to the other folks who are running them currently and find out what version they have of whatever software it is, and asking them, all of those different folks is really, really important, especially if there's anybody even remotely close to you. Golfers will drive a long way in rural areas, and if it's 30 miles, but you have a better experience and a better system, people will come to you, and your service. So like later on, we hear from our hospitality friends at the end of the day, that service stuff really, really matters. And I have had lots of folks say, we come not just because the simulators are great, because you have a concierge that's there for us the whole time, and you take care of us, and so that service element is huge. But I would ask all of those different folks who run it what they've learned. I've shared some of the things I have there. I could go into a few more things, like I talked about, like the non-golf or golf balls flying and how to make sure you're careful on that. So, for example, like what you see on the walls, if you just look at this wall here, I'm assuming you can see me.
Yep.
That is actually a floor laminate. So it's extra durable and hard. So we thought about where are balls potentially going to fly, and do I want to put up with repairing wall marks on the sides of walls all the time? So just thinking through some of those types of things that I think is important. But I would suggest to be more conservative than not on at least the first year of running the simulators, and then show the growth. But it's, there's a lot we don't know 2-3 years out. So we can certainly talk about that this year. But they're really valuable, and I think as a feature play, and then with the side of profit, it makes a lot of sense to say, yeah, hey, I don't have it. For example, I don't have a driving range, but I have a virtual driving range. So that's one of the ways I offset when somebody comes in that's visiting from out of town. Do you have a driving range? Well, we have a virtual driving range. Let me set you up. That was one of the offsets for me is it makes sense. We don't have room for a driving range, but we can do that. So how we stack up with the features we have at our course, how our pricing is and our service offering compared to everybody else that they might have for the golf in a 50-mile radius or whatever your zone is you're looking at, I think is what the homework has to happen. And then do the numbers work? You have the money for the initial investment, and can you do that while you're getting the ROI later on?
Well, great. Well, Randy, thank you so much for being with us today. And it was very informative, and we really do appreciate it. Taylor's going to pop on here any moment now. You've got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Any last words of wisdom for us today?
No, thank you for the opportunity. We're really excited to share our story. We'd love to host anybody. Just let me know when you're going to be here. I think Taylor said you're coming, right? So
yeah, no doubt.
When you get up here, Taylor and Dave, we're going to have some fun here in the simulators. And
I'm kicking field goals.
What we're doing here at a small little course in rural Maine.
Market research.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Randy. Really appreciate that. Really informative session there. All right, let's check out this quick message from our supporting sponsor, GolfPay.
Does your booking experience appeal to every golfer demographic? GolfPay turns most existing tee sheets into a modern and powerful multi-channel platform that appeals to every generation. 98% of GolfPay users that have booked at least 2 tee times using GolfPay would recommend booking this way to a friend. That means more tee times, more online revenue, and higher retention for your golf course.
I would recommend GolfPay to other golf courses for the sole reason of what we've been talking about. It's the gathering of information. It's the interaction with the customers. It's bringing new people to your facility, not just one time, but over and over and over again. And that's what creates brand loyalty, and it also creates a repeatable revenue stream, which is important for every business.
Contact us today to start adding more online bookings and revenue through GolfPay.
All right, we have Sean Taylor from Up to Par Management coming up at the top of the hour. But before we get there, we're excited to hear from our participating sponsor, Cativa CBD. And Ben Riley from Cativa will be joining us here in a moment. Ben, welcome to RevCon 20.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Appreciate the time.
Oh, well, it's great to have you. Excited to hear what you have to say. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Like Taylor said, my name is Ben. I'm with Cativa CBD. I'm actually coming to you live from By the Week Golf Course in Portsmouth, Virginia. We're actually sponsoring a Wounded Warriors tournament today, so they were gracious enough to let me use their clubhouse for a little bit. But I want to talk a little bit about our company. We are a new CBD company. I know the industry hasn't been around too long and it's still new. But we kind of came on the market a little strong, sponsoring Mark Leishman. You've probably recognized the logo there. Hudson Swafford actually just won this past weekend. And you've seen our logo on his bag as well. So we're very excited about that. But what makes us a little bit different than other CBD companies is we base everything off of science. I can talk all day about science, and I got myself caught up before talking too much about science and not enough business, so I won't waste too much of your time there. But so all of our products are THC free. It's considered broad spectrum. And the reason we don't have any THC in our products is one, because we do sponsor quite a few professional golfers, but also Princeton University and the University of Wisconsin School of Pharmacy did most of our research for us and our formulations. So to be able to say that we're tied to those organizations is great for us. I know CBD is still not regulated by the FDA. So having them as partners, Princeton University and University of Wisconsin, to be able to partner with them, says, they obviously trust us in this market, and we obviously stand behind their research. But before I talk business, we did recently launch a new commercial. We launched it on streaming websites, NBC Sports, that kind of thing. So we'll show you that real quick if we can.
As an Army combat veteran with 3 tours in Iraq, my mind and body were always pushed to the limits. the need for mental and physical focus was crucial. Now, as an elite athlete and IT program manager, that need hasn't changed. Whether it's a great night's sleep or speeding up muscle recovery, Cativa CBD helps me get the results I need.
Using Princeton University patented technology, Cativa CBD founders believe that science and nature make a powerful team. Cativa CBD, we are passionate about you.
So as you can see, it's not just for golf. So just a quick science background here. There's two cannabis plants. You have your marijuana and you have your hemp. Our CBD comes from hemp. It is very concentrated in hemp. Again, we pull all the THC out and nothing but CBD. But CBD is great for anti-inflammatory. So if you got sore knees, sore muscles, sore back right before you go out golfing, it's great to rub on there and decrease a little bit of that soreness. We also offer gums and mints as well as sublingual tinctures. So they go under your tongue. Great for stress relief. A lot of people use that for before they go to bed. It helps them get to sleep a little bit quicker. Also, right before you go to work, you get the Sunday scaries, getting ready for the work week, calms you down a little bit. So we're very excited. Now, from a marketing standpoint, we'll start with the business side of it. All of our branding is quite unique. I got actually our Restore Body Cream right here. As you can see, it does look a little bit different. Kind of goes with the whole natural look, natural theme that we have. Everything's sustainable. Cultural sustainable. And again, our mints here. So generally a lot of the pro shops will purchase packages of our CBD products where they'll get, say, 20 packs of gum, 5 bottles of our Restore Body Cream in both sizes. We have multiple sizes for a lot of our products. But we also offer hibiscus tea and iced coffee, which both come in a can, stay refrigerated. And what we've noticed from that is a lot of the food and beverage managers from clubhouses are beginning to introduce those into their market and adding them to their drink list as far as adding vodka, mixed drinks, things like that. So that's taken off for us quite a bit. And I'd say our hibiscus tea is one of our most popular products, probably next to our gum. What we do provide when clubhouses, pro shops do purchase our packages is we offer a display stand. So if you're familiar with TLC, Chip and Joanna, I call it the Chip and Joanna stand because it's the nice wooden look to it with rustic white paint. And it's tiered, it's steps, so you can have all the products up on those stands. We generally like to keep those either at the front counter or at one of the main tables in your pro shop. But we do offer a lot of marketing. We do that by issuing a lot of these pamphlets. A lot of pro shops put them in their own little plastic containers or they just rest them up on the wooden tiers. We also have a social media presence as well, and which is great for us because all the professional athletes that we sponsor and all the influencers we sponsor follow us. So anything that we post, we generally get a reshare. So again, from a marketing standpoint, say if one of the clubs here participated and bought a bunch of our products and then you posted on your own social media website, you would generally get a reshare or a repost from, say, a Mark Leishman or another social media influencer, which is great for the clubs. I want to make sure I have enough time for questions. I know last time I ran over a little bit with my science background, but do we have any questions that I could possibly ask as we go?
Hey, Ben, good to see you, Mike Ketterman.
You too, yeah.
Hey, guys, as Taylor mentioned on the right side of the screen, if you have any questions for Ben, go ahead and populate those in the comments section. We do have a few questions that I've already populated, and one is here. So as far as marketing, branding, product placement to golfers at my facility, can you touch on maybe some of those best practices?
Yeah, definitely. So we want to make sure that clubhouses and pro shops, even food and beverage, they're not just sticking stuff up behind the counter. Unless our eye catches it, it's something that we're not going to be drawn to. For the most part, the first thing you do is walk right up to the counter and start talking to whoever's working behind the counter about the round you're about to go play. So from our standpoint, generally our marketing is going to go on that front counter. A lot of pro shops also have, a table set up kind of near the front counter. So for example, I know a golf course here in Virginia Beach, they posted all of our marketing on their main table, which has a lot of their local memorabilia. They have a lot of Titleist hats, say with the college logo. So a lot of people are drawn to that. And then right next to that is this ginormous picture of Mark Leishman, which draws a ton of people into the product.
Very good. Okay. A couple other questions have popped up here. So in regards to travel restrictions, let me populate this question here. Are there any travel restrictions within the U.S., whether by car or plane, from state to state?
Yeah. So recently, the federal government has deemed hemp legal. This didn't happen until the end of 2018, so it's still young. There are a few states that CBD is still not allowed in. I believe those are South Dakota, Nebraska, and I think Iowa. I'm not too sure. So I would just play it safe for that matter. Because it is legal federally, you probably shouldn't have any restrictions traveling unless you're going to another country or I'd say one of those states. So just play it smart. If you're unloading in South Dakota or you're flying out of South Dakota, that's probably something I wouldn't have in your bag or on you, I'd say. We do sell nationwide. So I would, look at that option as well. So say if you're moving or something like that, just KativaCBD.com is probably going to be your best bet as far as getting to where you need to go.
So Cativa, obviously there's several of the companies in the CBD space. Maybe you can speak to what are you guys doing with the FDA as far as maybe looking at kind of pressuring the FDA for certain indications, working directly with them to get some approval on certain products?
Yeah. So recently we met with one of our local congresswomen here. And in fact, Virginia, it has decriminalized the use of marijuana recently, which is a big step. But as far as the hemp industry, because it is so new, I believe there's only one derivative of CBD that has been approved by the FDA. So having the federal government basically is going to have to get involved as far as pressuring the FDA. The more and more people are starting to use CBD, the more and more the FDA is going to be looked at like, okay, we need to start regulating this stuff. And what we find, because we feel like, obviously we have a product that is based on science. We use Princeton University and the University of Wisconsin. So we want to make sure that's a level playing field. Not having that FDA regulation means that companies can put in products, whatever they want. So they could say that they're THC free, but they could have THC in them. So as a company, we have stepped up with the FDA and mainly our local government and our Congress people to make sure that we're trying to get to that step, which would definitely be the next step.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. Now there's several, you mentioned several different products. You've got gum, you've got mints, you've got body lotions, etc. Are you seeing, based on the different product portfolio you do have, are you seeing a better uptick with one product versus another, or is it kind of geography based or course type based? How does that work?
Yeah, it definitely differs from course to course. A lot of the older private clubs, you generally see a lot more of our drinks and our creams, which is a good thing because we recently got away from offering just packages because we did notice that where, we'd call a club and they're saying, yeah, we're selling a lot of your drinks, but we're not really selling a lot of your mints or, mix it up however you want. That's what we've been getting. So what we started doing was offering a la carte. So say an older market, you probably got a lot more people that are wanting the cream. So, the club knows their market better than we do. So they would be the ones that come to us and say, we probably want to go ahead and do the a la carte. We probably don't want any mints. We probably don't want any drinks. We want to stick with roughly just the creams and the gums because they're easy to go to. Where on another side, you have, say a kind of a mixed demographic. we'll have just about everything in the clubhouse, where the drinks will fly off the shelves. The gums are used before every single round of golf, where, you got one person in the clubhouse that says, try this cream because it's good for your back. I mean, how many times have you walked into a clubhouse with a sore back or a sore shoulder thinking to yourself, I don't think this is going to go very well. So just looking into that, utilizing our resources and utilizing the clubs to make that decision on what they want to do.
Sure, that makes sense. That makes sense. So here's a good question, and this is more of the on the science. So can you explain a little bit more about oil versus water-based, and why does it matter?
Yeah, so all of our products are water soluble, water based, and we do that because it's easier to dissolve in your body. So, for example, if you took a bottle of water and dumped oil into it, it wouldn't mix up very well. Well, your body is made up of mostly water, so why not introduce water, a soluble product, into your body rather than an oil-based product into your body? It's going to dissolve that much faster into your body. So that one's a little bit easy.
Well, I think we have time for one more, and this is a general question, and I know the answer because you're a sales guy and you want to make sure that the industry is healthy. But as far as the golf industry and CBD, what do you see in the next 2 to 3 years? I mean, what do you see the uptick, and I don't know what's your vision?
Yeah, so you're going to see a very large boom in the CBD market. And as the marijuana industry begins to take off, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be a little bit weary about that market. So they are going to fall on the CBD market. There's a ton of market research out there right now that they're expecting 2021, 2022 to be a $20 billion market for CBD. So the more research that gets out there, you're going to, again, see a lot more uptick in sales aspect of it. So it's just a matter of time. Like I said, it's still a newer product. The federal government didn't make hemp legal to sell until December of 2018. So as soon as the FDA gets involved, and as soon as you start seeing a little bit of consistency with that, it's definitely the next biggest thing.
Very good. Very good. Well, that is our cue. Ben, I do want to thank you. And by the way, I've played Bidaway a few times. I'm from Virginia Beach, so that was right around the corner. So that's a nice location. But thank you again for your presentation, your support, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Ben, and thanks to our friends at Cativa CBD for being a participating sponsor of this year's RevCon 20. All right, let's check out this spot from our supporting sponsor, GM and Cadillac.
Get help detecting hazards in the dark with available night vision in the Cadillac XT6. Cadillac is made for the driven. Grab life by the road with the dynamic Cadillac CT4. Or take hold of power and prestige with the award-winning Cadillac CT5. Ranked highest in initial quality among mid-size premium cars by J.D. Power. Find the perfect ride for you with our fresh, new lineup of uniquely crafted sedans. Cadillac, it's the ultimate in iconic luxury.
All right, yeah, we really appreciate GM and Cadillac supporting sponsorship, and we've actually enjoyed having their beautiful new 2021 Cadillac Escalade here in Charleston. There's a picture of it with our NGCOA staff. Boy, that car looks good down there outside the Belmont Charleston place. So thank you once again to GM and Cadillac. And remember, GM and Cadillac is an NGCOA Smart Buy Marketplace supplier. So there's some discounts there for NGCOA members if something is needed at your facility. So thanks again to GM and Cadillac. All right, we're going to switch gears. Get it? Anybody here to laugh at that? No. And we're going to take a deep dive into food and beverage and hospitality for our final 3 sessions today. And we're going to figure out where new revenue streams can occur in this critical sector at your facility. We're going to start with Sean Taylor. He's with Up to Par Management and Taylor Hospitality. He's a dedicated hospitality and club operations leader with more than 25 years of experience. And Sean's going to highlight 8 ways to make your food and beverage operation more profitable. There's Sean there on the screen. Welcome to RevCon 20. Sean, how you doing?
All right, we're doing fantastic. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate the opportunity to talk, and hopefully you kept that Cadillac with all 4 wheels on the ground and under 100.
Exactly. No kidding. All right. I see your presentation there. It looks good. Go ahead and hit that hide button at the bottom.
All right.
Folks, remember out there in the audience, feel free to comment with your questions at any time. We're going to try to address as many as we can on the back end of Sean's presentation. Sean, take it away.
All right, thank you. Really appreciate it. So, got a lot to talk about in a short amount of time, and obviously with what's happening in the world, we really want to give you some strategies so that you can be successful in your food operation, especially in regards to the club that you're operating or clubs that you're operating. So, just a quick kind of 30-second commercial on what we do fairly quickly. We operate and manage clubs, and specifically we also operate hospitality venues, standalone restaurants, and bars associated with it. So we have lots of experience that's there in the hospitality world. And one of the things that we're really going to zero in on is what we're doing at several of our places that are out there trying to fight the fight and going against all the regulations and the bylaws that are out there, especially with COVID that's happening right now. So our agenda really to kind of give you a fresh look on what's happening in the world of food and beverage. What are the trends in bars? You know, what's coming out of your kitchen? How are you adapting to COVID? What's your sales process look like? And how that sales process is really integral in the club environment. And then to a certain degree, what are you trying to drive? What type of wedding business? If you're in the wedding business, how are you going about doing that? And then really taking a deep dive on the back end of certain things in regards to like your kitchen design. Really the functionality of your kitchen is integral part of how successful you are going forward. And then your menu design, costing, pricing, training your staff. And then ultimately you have to put it on a P&L statement. So that's really fairly important. So these are all the things that we're going to be discussing today. And hopefully when I always come to an event like this, I always try to say, what's a kind of a nugget or two that I can take and I can take back to where I am, back to the company, and be able to enlighten the people that are around. So kind of quick on things. Hospitality really is a fairly large player within the actual GDP. About 4%. Represents roughly about 4% of the Americans' GDP. So when you look at some of these numbers, they're pretty staggering on a macro level. There's this year alone, there's going to be an estimated $240 billion loss in the restaurant industry. That is a tough pill to swallow. And with that, there's roughly about 16 million hospitality, just restaurant associates, restaurant employees that are out there. About 8% of the entire workforce in the United States is attached to a restaurant. And then restaurant owners that are out there that are really trying to make it like several of our standalone restaurants. We know that 2020 is going to be a fairly challenging year as far as being profitable. But on the flip side of it, there's the opportunity to pivot and maybe do things a little bit differently that you're not doing right now to be able to generate that profit. And we have several places that we're really grateful for in the sense that we are generating a profit in June, July, August, all the way into September right now. That's out there. Unfortunately, they say. Who's they? They say on the macro side of things that 1 in 6 restaurants are going to be going out of business here they're predicting here in the last fourth quarter of the year and going into the first quarter of the year as well. So I think this is a very interesting graph that's out there. Prior to COVID, you can see where the restaurant industry, where they've kind of surveyed. This is through OpenTable. Bloomberg did a really good article on this and through OpenTable. And this Open Table is a point of sale system that you can use. Open Table is also a reservation system that you can use for your clubs. It's also a way in which you can garnish reviews, and we'll talk a little bit about that going forward. But they're saying that through Open Table, that restaurants are really right around 60% about the revenue that they have generated. And that is a big pill to swallow, because many of the states have, depending upon your stages where you are, whether you're in phase 2, phase 3, like today I'm up here in Massachusetts, and Massachusetts is under phase 2. So phase 2 has, a certain amount of, what's the capacity that you're able to have in your restaurants. And so now, ironically, we're very close to the border of New Hampshire, and New Hampshire's in phase 3, so completely different. So that's going to vary on from state to state. But, really, as the operator, you really want to make sure that you understand those guidelines and where your club is standing there. So food and beverage, I think the one big thing about food and beverage and hospitality that's at a club is not everyone plays golf, not everyone plays pickleball, not everyone plays tennis, not everyone, enjoys the pool. But there is one common theme that brings everybody together, and that's your food and beverage operation. And everyone does eat at your club, and you have to look at it as, is it an asset, or is it a liability for your club functionality of it? And it is the kind of the common language that brings everybody together. That's kind of refreshing in today's society, that it's not so divided, and you got to make sure that your food, that you're embracing that aspect of the club, because it really does. It's very personable. It's very personal, and it really brings so many unique groups together to be able to socialize. And the more times that you can get them to socialize at your property, the better. The less often that they're going to take a pencil and actually, calculate, well, how many rounds did I play in June? Well, I played 15 rounds in June. Well, then my average cost per round was X. The more that you can get the social ability aspect of your club increasing, and food and unfortunately alcohol play a major part of that. That's something that what they'll do is they'll be less apt to put a pencil on it. So the neat thing about food that I think is really fascinating, not only is it so different across the United States and in different areas, obviously there's trends that are out there, but when you look at these trends, they're forever changing. And so you look at the trends that are kind of really moving up in the right and really kind of having this hockey stick moment that's right there in food. One, obviously, you look right at the top, it's the eco-friendly packaging, and there's so many different ways in which you can go about doing your packaging. Packaging is becoming such a big item, because you're probably seeing your kitchen supplies line item go through the roof. Hopefully you're seeing it go through the roof with the amount of takeout and curbside that you're doing. The second thing on that packaging, making sure that you're doing it the right way in regards to the food that you're actually putting into that packaging. There's a variety of different ways, variety of different packages that are out there, whether it's composite packages. You can go very, very old school, and it's the lowest cost denominator that's out there. It's the old paper bag. Make sure you got your logo that's on it. There's aluminum containers that you can still be recycled. They say 77% of all aluminum containers that are out there, the where you see them with the pasta, 77% of those containers come back through recycling. And by doing that, they're actually recycled back into aluminum containers, which is kind of interesting that's there. So really look at the variety of different packaging options that are out there. that are available. You can go to Green Restaurant or Good Start Packaging. Those are two good companies that we use to be able to make sure that and people, what we've found is customers are willing to pay a little bit more. They say about 66% of all customers will pay a little bit more in the product if they know that their packaging that's coming back is eco-friendly. So that's kind of an interesting stat that's there. Now, the next several items that are on here, I do want to kind of just talk a little bit about plant-based proteins. If you don't have it on your menu, you need to. It is really escalating fairly quickly. You look at some of the trends that are out there, and whether it's Dr. Oz, who has really made it very, very prevalent out into the mainstream media, but plant-based protein is something that you really have to take a very, very hard look on it. And it's just not tofu, but there's a variety of new tofus that are out there that are actually fairly flavorful once you flavor them, because they take the flavor of any of the saute that goes along with it. But there's different ways in which you can do it. And so really have your chef, your food and beverage director, to take a hard look of it. There is a section, a quadrant of your membership that is going to become more and more, they're going to become more and more involved or ask for this more often. Healthy bowls are really all the rage that are out there. I mean, and then it's, Chipotle has it down to a science where you just work your way right down the line, and you scoop some of the meat, scoop some of the sauce. You can scoop some of the the corn and all of that into a bowl, and off you're running. And that's something that you really should be able. It's something that you can control to the nth degree as far as your food costs, and it's a healthy alternative to a burger that's on your menu. Scratch made, house made. Anytime that you can do that, you're always going to be able to lower your food costs. Your labor may go up, but you're going to significantly lower your food costs. And overall, I guarantee you, if it's scratch made, house made. And you can see these are some ciabatta breads that we do at one of our restaurants that we bake every morning. We have a baker that comes in that bakes all of our breads, bakes all of our pastas, makes all of our pastas at one of our restaurants, makes the cannolis that are there. These are all house made, and you're gonna get more. Without a doubt, if they're done well, you're going to get more positive reviews when it comes to that, compared to, say, something that's straight out of a bag or out of a box. So lots of things that are happening in catering, and catering is really pivoting right now, and you really have to be very creative on how can you do groups in your clubhouse? What can you do within your clubhouse? How can you repurpose areas in your clubhouse so you can expand the footprint, whether it's outdoor seating or indoor seating, or different areas where you can put those different areas. One of the things in catering, as far as variety of different creativity aspects in catering, is, let's say, coffee bars. Forget the lukewarm coffee on the table in the corner with the tiny creamers and the sugar packets. There's so many different ways you can partner with a local coffee store to if you wanted to outsource that, to make it really creative for your club. There's nitro brews, there's regular brews, cold brews, non-dairy milks, meaning almond milks, and a variety of different lactate intolerant milks that are out there. So these are some things. Food trucks, we've seen a really ramp up on food trucks. You could do food trucks out onto the golf course, which is completely different for some different catering ideas, going local, and then actually really trying to take your catering and make small stations, really going almost to a tapas catering, where there's very small stations. The day and age where you have that long buffet, we're starting to see that trend to move out. Specialty burger blends that are out there, so it's just not a normal burger. We've seen elk burger, bison burger, any kind of specialty burger blends that are out there, really mixing up the 80-20, whether it's 90-10, 85-15. There's a variety of different ways that you can do burger blends that are very creative. We're seeing that on menus. Wagyu beef burgers, people, customers and members are they're willing to pay for that higher blended burger that are out there. So I did kind of just skip over the revamped classic cocktails we'll talk about in the bar business, but stress relievers, you're actually starting to see a fair amount of these ingredients make their way into a menu because of the stress relief factor that's part of the actual the byproducts of actually consuming some of these, whether it's eating dark chocolate or avocados or walnuts. They're starting to see that being introduced into menus across the United States that are out there. When we say specialty burger blends, the cow is a full animal and the pig is a full animal. Many times you only see maybe one or two cuts on a club's menu, whether it's a filet, a ribeye. Those are pretty much the two standard cuts that you're going to see on most clubs across America. Their menu, but boy, you're missing so much good opportunity that's out there in being able to use the variety of the full cow. You're using the variety of the full pig that's out there, and when you look you start to drill down into the variety of different cuts and how you can prepare those different cuts, whether it's using the round or the chuck or using pork butts or pork shoulders. There's so many different ways in which you can cook them that can actually increase your profitability, because the fillet is without a doubt it's the most expensive component of the cow, and then you start to move into some of these other cuts where your margin. You're going to have so much more margin, and you're not going to catch so much price resistance when it comes to that, and you're going to see a lot of that really flow down to the bottom line. So, at some of our restaurants, we go local. We actually one of our chefs, he goes out to the pig farm and literally he will pick the pig, and fortunately that's the pig that we're going to work with, and he'll go and we'll butcher the pig itself, and then we'll bring that in-house, and then we'll work with that. We'll work with several local beef farms that are out there, and honestly, that's the best way to be able to get some of your fresh beef. But some of your major providers, say like the Cisco's, the U.S. Foods of the world, the performance food groups that are out there, do a wonderful job in being able to control their distribution and control what they're going to be able to ship to you as well. So really think outside the box as far as using the entire animal, because there's the farther that you move away from the center, the more profit, fortunately, that you have the chance to make. All right, trends in bars. We, without a doubt, if you do not have your revamped classic cocktails on your cocktail list, you are missing out. It is like all the rage right now. Your Moscow Mules, your mint juleps, your old fashions are just, without a doubt, just ramping straight up between all of the bourbon and the whiskey flights and the rye flights that are out there. That, without a doubt, is such a big thing that's happening within bars. Even though they can't belly up to the bar, we're serving all of these cocktails out and around the clubs, as well as out and around on the verandas and the outdoor seating area. You're seeing such a big component of that. Local craft breweries are just completely, you're seeing that. Hopefully you're seeing that at your club. Mocktail, zero proof drinks with the younger generation. You really are seeing the fact that they're, to some degree, actually avoiding the cocktail. So the mocktails and the zero proof drinks are really there is a demand for a healthier drink. If you don't have canned cocktails on your beverage cart, you're missing out on sales. Absolutely. So there are so many good purveyors that are out there, so many good varieties that are out there. At one of our hotels, it's called the Gin. We give them a gin and tonic. That's right there when they check in. So kind of neat things that are happening in the bar scene of things. Now, all of this is great. You can follow all the trends that are out there. But if your food is no good, they are never coming to your place. They will give you the pass on service. They will give you the pass on maybe the decor of the restaurant. Maybe the chair's a little rickety, but they will not give you the pass if your food is no good. Your food has to be, I'm telling you, has to be great. If it is not great, then you know what? There's so many different options in this world. They will choose your club operation as the last place where they will want to eat. They will only eat if it's a private club. They will only eat up to the minimum, and they'll never extend past that. It absolutely has to be good. And this is, for example, this is one of the picture up there is a Basil Hayden glaze over a grilled pork chop that we have at one of our places. It's to die for. We make these cheesecakes. This is a limoncello cheesecake with a blueberry puree that goes over the top of it at one of our places, and it's house made. That cheesecake actually got the chef that job at that particular place, and it is absolutely fantastic. House made gnocchi that are there with a sausage ragu. So when the food is great, the staff buys into it, and it's easy for them to sell. Nothing worse than when a server comes up to the table and you ask them, well, what's good? And they say, oh, it's all good. Or, oh, I don't eat here. And we have seen that. So your food has to be great. Your staff has to try it. Your staff has to know what goes into it. Your staff has to know how it's prepared. Your staff has to be able to tell the story. We sell so much of that limoncello cheesecake because just at the end of the sales cycle of being there with the member of the guest, and they say, you know what, this limoncello cheesecake is how the executive chef got his job here. Because he makes it in the house for us, and it makes it really easy for them. Let me go ahead and add on to that. So kind of dark and stormy there on the cocktail side. Some seared scallops. All right. Now coming out of COVID, I think we got about 10 minutes or so. Coming out of COVID that is here. I absolutely ask everybody that is watching the presentation, if you have a Chick-fil-A that's in your neighborhood, go sit in the parking lot. Go through the drive-through there, and then go sit in the parking lot and watch the operations. And you will see this is Chick-fil-A is probably the number one company that pivoted the hardest, that has done such a wonderful job in doing it. And how they pivoted, they actually literally brought the indoors operations outside, and they took away their dining room. They put essentially they built these big drive-through awnings that are on none of them. They really spent quite a bit of money that's on that, but there's ways in which you can go about doing that as well. So you look at this Chick-fil-A did 178 cars in 1 hour. All right. We actually have one of our properties where we're doing curbside with it. We on a given night, we would do anywhere between 50 and 75 covers in a given night. Since we've been doing curbside through coming out of COVID and adapting COVID, we're doing anywhere between 150 to 225 cars in a given night. And so that is a revenue opportunity for you that didn't exist prior to. And so you have to look at it that way. Now, for all of that good, we're losing all of the group business because of everything that's happening. So really I really implore you to go to a Chick-fil-A, watch the logistics, learn from the logistics, and you'll see how they do it, and how you may be able to pull some of what they're doing on a day, on a lunch, and how can you adapt that to your club that's there. It is pretty darn impressive how they have changed their operations. All right, so wedding business. We're going into the groups and groups and events. The thing that we have unequivocally decided when it comes to operating a club in regards to the wedding business, you're either in or you're out. Simple as that. You are either going to commit to doing weddings or you are not going to do them, because that we find it's a moral obligation. Do not be the club that ruins somebody's special day, somebody's mother-in-law's special day, somebody's mother of the bride as well as the bride, and do not be that club that does that. When you're committing to doing weddings, jump all in. Have a sales manager that is selling it, and then have an execution team that can be able to execute, because you will live and die by the reviews that you receive. Reviews in the wedding business are the secret sauce of being able to grow your wedding business over time. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to, if you're in and you're committed to it, give it a strong three-year time frame. And I'm telling you that clubs, I know all the rage are the barns and the wineries and things along those lines. But if your club is committed and you have a place where you can do the ceremony and do the reception and do it really well, and then the food is fantastic, and there's some pretty settings that are out there, you can absolutely dominate in the wedding in your area, and you can add several $100,000 in business in wedding business to your P&L. And the wedding, without a doubt, that wedding business is the most highest profitable business that is coming through your clubs into the food and beverage side of things. There's more flow through than anything else, because you're getting facility rental fees, you're getting linen fees, all of that you should be getting moving forward. And be creative. That's called the tuxedo fold. That's actually one of our event coordinators did that, and then cute as a button, man. And that's where the guys are sitting at one, and then there's the wedding. We actually have a wedding dress fold that sits at the other, so it's boy girl. That's there. Reviews do matter. Your food has at the club. And I took out the names of these clubs for definitely for a reason. These are two really good clubs. These are two fabulous clubs that are well known nationally, and these are some of the reviews that are on there. And I got to tell you, everybody will get great reviews, and everybody will get lousy reviews. It's how you respond to those reviews. You got to answer them online. You can't make excuses for them, accept the responsibility for them. If something was bad, it's bad. It really doesn't matter if you think it was good and they think it was bad. It was bad because the customer thinks it's bad. And really, again, back to the wedding side of things, we incentivize our staff to get 5-star reviews, and we absolutely believe in that. And we don't put any ceiling on the incentive as we continue to grow that particular club's business. So someone that's doing weddings and events for us can really do very, very well in regards to incentives. So those incentives are really important. Are important, but the reviews, the byproduct, the reviews of it, and the experience has to be good. So they can get good reviews that are there. Got a couple more minutes that are left here. When we say 5S, I can't tell you how many times that we walk into a kitchen and you see it is so inefficient going across. Take the time, pull in a plumber, set your gas line right on in the back there. Make sure that the kitchen is as efficient as possible. If your kitchen isn't efficient, what's going to show up? It's going to show up on your ticket times. It's going to show up on your quality. It's going to show up on your consistency in your food. If your kitchen is really inefficient when it comes to the way that it flows, from whether it's your grill station, your saute station, to your salads, to your grill, to your saute, all the way over to the dish pit. If it doesn't flow very well, shut down for 2 days, make it right. And because it'll be such a benefit to you into the long run. That 5S is a lean management term that we use at all of our places that are there. Menu design. If a chef sends to me, gives me, hands me, here's my menu, and he's handwritten it, and he tells me, he looks at it and he says, okay, chicken piccata, I'm going to price that out at 16. If we don't see the backup behind it, we're going to hand it right back to him, stick it into a recipe cost calculator, put where what's the desired cost of goods sold. You have to reverse engineer how your menu is going to cost out. And when you reverse engineer, at the end of the month, you should never be shocked on your food costs. Okay, you just shouldn't, unless something major happened at your club where you lost electricity and you lost half of your walk-in cooler. That's there. You need to revert. All of this starts well behind really taking a look of all the primary, the secondary ingredients, how you're going to cook it, what does the dish look like, what's some of the prep notes, making sure that you're doing that all behind. And then that will help you with the consistency. The more consistent you are with your product that's coming out of the back, the better chance that you have to be profitable, and the better chance that you have to be able to deliver for your club. You're only as good as what you measure. And we measure ticket times. We measure the quality of the food. You're only as good as you're really your last meal. And it's very important that you have to be consistent with the quality as well as the service of the guests and the timely. Hot food has to be hot. Cold food has to be cold. Period. And it's got to be great. It's got to taste great. It's got to look great. And they can you got to make sure that this happens time and time again. We, without a doubt, believe in training our staff. We actually designed an online training portal because we invested a lot within our company to be able to do this, so that all of our staff that's out there is trained to our standards when it comes to the hospitality side of your food operation. And you have to do that. You have to write those standards. You got to set those expectations, and then you have to have your managers on the floor training your team, in the kitchen training the team, side by side, making sure that you're going through that, making sure that you're picking up all the nonverbals that are out there within your dining room or within your restaurant that's out there. I do want to just kind of briefly talk about right now where we are in the business of with the clubs. The clubs, you have such a great chance to change the behaviors of your memberships right now. When you can walk into an Applebee's and you can walk into a TGI Fridays or an Outback and you see 10, 15 patrons in a restaurant that normally you're going to see about 200 or so, they want to eat someplace, and your club is something familiar to them. They feel safe there. They should feel safe there. And you have to take advantage of that right now. And you have to do whatever it takes to make sure that their behaviors are coming. Make sure that the outdoor seating area is set up where you're socially distanced, and that you're really delivering on the food side, on the quality and the service side of things, and you're delivering bang for the buck for them, so that instead of them just spending up to X, it's X times something. The clubs have such an advantage right now because they are coming to your golf course. We're seeing rounds through the roof right now across America. They're coming to your golf course. You want to be able to hold them there with the food side of it. While you may have lost all of the functions and the events and all the different fun club activities that are out there, make sure that your a la carte restaurant is really cooking with gas. So in summary, I think I'm right on track here. In summary, leverage your food operation, take advantage of it, use the trends that are out there. If you haven't pivoted because of COVID, you got to, if curbside is not part of curbside and takeout is not part of your business model, you really need to consider that. Consider how to go about doing it. Kind of the Chick-fil-A part of it. I personally think it's always going to be about 20 to 30% of the a la carte business going in future. You have to use there's so many different online tools that are out there. Kind of a recommendation: go to Open Table. You can sign up to Open Table. You can use the app. I know Gallus Golf does a wonderful job with their apps. You can use Gallus Golf on that on the events. Really, just decide whether or not you're in or you're out with the weddings, and then try to make your operations as efficient as possible. And then ultimately, comes down to the teams. Your teams have to execute. So make sure that you're training, measuring their success going forward. Here's some, if you want to get a hold of me, this is our office numbers. Please feel free. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to drop me a line. We'd be happy to talk to anybody that's here. Sean.taylor@uptoparmanagement.com, as well as please don't hesitate to give me a ring.
Well, Sean, thank you. Great presentation. And I have to tell you, I'm really glad it was actually after lunch, or I'd have probably gone out.
There you go.
I would have probably gone out and bought a $150 hamburger after hearing this presentation. Now I'm really, really hungry. But we got some good questions coming in, so why don't we get right to them?
Yeah, absolutely.
I know we're going to be able to take advantage of your knowledge later in the day with Laura Bright Ideas discussion with Whitney.
Mm-hmm.
And so here's an interesting question. With event service staff labor a major expense, some clubs outsource their F&B service and or food and beverage to local caterers and simply do a revenue share. What are your thoughts on that? And we're talking about not necessarily high-end resorts or private clubs, kind of that single course operator, because it's so hard to manage those labor costs when you're not doing a major volume in that area.
So you almost need to ask like several questions when you do that. Like, why are you not doing the volume? What is happening? Why are you not investing in that aspect of your club? And so when you look at that, we personally are not a big fan, because you lose as an operator. You lose if it's not good on the food side, you're still gonna struggle with it on the golf side of things, and then you're gonna have two competing interests that are going in there, and they're not always going to be in alignment. We will always rather see a club, just if it's a standalone club and they're doing it all, go ahead and make sure you hire a great chef or food and beverage director who has some great talent that's in the back, because that without a doubt is going to drive everything that's going to happen in the front. And then the second part of that is the fact that you get to price things the way that you want to price it. There's times in which you got to give a little bit up on the food side to make it on the golf side for a big outing or something like that, and you lose all that flexibility as an operator. We're not a big believer in doing that. We have seen that, and then ultimately we've seen it only last maybe a year or two, because that's the length of the contract.
Excellent. So any suggestions on what a course can do that does not have a large space, a robust kind of facility like you were talking about,
Mm-hmm.
small snack bar? How can they grow some F&B revenue when they don't have a big kitchen or even a small kitchen? What can they do to?
Yeah, you have to be really, you have to look at it creatively. So, it's funny you say that, because we have seen some of the clubs that have a very small kitchen or back of the house all of a sudden have a tent that's in their parking lot, and they're going about it that way. Or you have so much green space that's out there. Take advantage of that green space. If you think about it, a tent, a 20 by 40 tent, I think is going to run you roughly. The last time I looked, I think it was right around $4,000, and you can correct me if I'm wrong and go online and find that. But that $4,000 this day and age is, for right now, what's happening for the last 10 months of it is probably an outstanding investment for a club, because you'll be able to use it long term. That's there. If it's a very small kitchen, be who you are. Yeah, I think, don't overpromise and underdeliver. That's why we say, if you're in weddings, be in weddings. If you're not in weddings, Be who you are. If you are a small snack bar, have the best snack bar food that you can have. Great over the top hot dogs. My gosh almighty, there's so many. You go to Connecticut. Connecticut's the hot dog capital of the world. There's more hot dog stands in Connecticut than any across the United States. Pull a menu from a Connecticut hot dog stand and you'll see all the creativity that comes down with it. Chicago dog, buffalo sauce dog, and have the best snack bar that you possibly can. And what you're going to find is that people will spend more than the $7 average ticket price. They'll spend $11. They'll spend $12. That's in there. Be known for something, when it comes to that.
Great. We've got time for about one more question. You mentioned this before.
Yeah.
The COVID surcharge price. So just a little bit about that, how you made that decision and kind of how the customers, took to it, quite honestly.
This is great. If you're not doing this, do it. Because we have received zero flack because of it. The customer completely understands what the heck is going on. The food supply chain has been incredibly impacted right now. The price of beef is here, then it's down here. Price of chicken's here, and it's down here. And so what you're finding is that some of the larger purveyors are actually adding it onto your bill. If you haven't noticed, look at it. It's on there. Sometimes it's on there. And then I think the appetite for the end user is okay if you do it. We have done it at the majority of our places, and we have not received any negative impact that's on it, because you have to make up the difference of, if it is, let's say you are doing a lot on the to-go, there's a price to that. There's a price to all that packaging that's out there. It's not cheap. And if you put a couple of $1, $2, $3, $4 COVID charge that's on there, they understand.
Excellent. Well, I kind of fibbed you. We got one more question. This will be the final question. It just came in from Jenny Foster. What types of incentives do you offer your staff for the 5-star reviews?
So they have to be mentioned by name. Okay, so our event coordinator has to be mentioned by name, and the event staff has to be mentioned by name. And then, so for example, we won Best of Wedding in DC, which is fabulous at one of our places, and it is a wonderful. This is a venue that we took from 600,000 in events to last year pre-COVID. We went to 1.3 million in weddings alone, just weddings. And so we have flown a tremendous amount back to the we couldn't have done it without the team that we have that's there. So it's 100% on the 5-star reviews. They receive 5-star reviews. There's a level. They get to 10-star reviews. There's a level times. It's an exponent. They get to this past year. That past year we received 25. I believe it was 25 5-star reviews of the weddings that were there. And you know what? She did great. She did. And you know what? We were happy to pay it. To pay it. So,
Well, listen, thank you very much for being with us, and we'll see you again in about an hour, so a little bit less than that. And thanks, Sean and Taylor.
Right.
Back to you.
All right. Yeah, thanks. That presentation gets a 5-star review from me. Sean, thanks so much. And yeah, like Dave said, don't go too far. We'll see you right back for our Bright Idea Showcase at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The one and only Whitney Reed Pinnell from RCS Hospitality will take the RevCon stage at the top of the hour. But before we get there, we're delighted to welcome Dale Merritt and Kyle Sanford from RevCon 20 supporting sponsor GolfPay. They are taking the RevCon stage now. There they are, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
How you doing, Taylor?
You.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Take it away. The floor is yours.
Well, I'll go ahead and take the lead here. I'm Dale Merritt. I'm the CEO of GolfPay, and we're creating, I think, an opportunity for operators to really start transforming their business online. And of course, if you don't know who GolfPay is, we've got a video we're going to show in a little bit. But the whole topic of RevCon is very interesting to me, because that's why GolfPay was created to start with. So this is a very exciting topic, and I like all the different things I've seen so far with different ways of generating revenue for golf courses. But you still have to have a way to market it. So, when doing it online, it really opens up a lot of different things. And so I'm going to go ahead, Taylor, I'm going to have you just go ahead and roll that video. And then when we're done, I will answer some questions. Welcome, everybody. This is Dale Merritt. I'm the CEO of GolfPay. Thanks for taking some time to learn about us today. For those of you who don't know who GolfPay is, I'll kind of give you a quick description here. GolfPay is an omni-channel booking engine that we plug into your existing tee sheet, at least most of them out there. There are some exceptions, but we help you deliver a better online booking experience to your customers. And you might be asking, well, gosh, there's a lot of online booking engines out there, tee sheets. How are you different? Well, let me just give you one main point here. Over 97% of the golfers who use GolfPay at least twice would recommend this way to book tee times to a friend. And if you've used GolfPay, especially if you've used it a few times and gotten used to it, you'll see what we mean. There's a lot of amenities built into GolfPay for the golfer, and then there's also a lot of different benefits for the golf course as well. So from a platform standpoint, it's designed to try to keep golfers engaged with your brand and not ours per se. It delivers just a remarkable amount of contact data in the process and customer data. And then we take that data, hand it over to you or your marketing department, or we can even help you with it. We can help you market your tee times better through GolfPay. So all that data we collect, we use to just benefit your golf course. So instead of, building an ecosystem for us, we're building an ecosystem for you, designed to only benefit your golf course. Now that's called direct to consumer. So that term you might have heard before. If you haven't heard it, you probably want to get to know it. But Amazon is a direct to consumer platform that, in the case of Amazon, benefits really them mostly on their side of the equation. But they have suppliers that work underneath them that supply them the products, at least probably 70% of the products. But they're squeezed. They have tiny profit margins. In the golf industry, GolfNow is the primary direct-to-consumer platform in the golf industry. Now, GolfPay is a platform that lets every golf course have its own direct-to-consumer online business associated with it. Now, what that means is you're going to control your customer, you're going to control your online brand, and you're going to maximize the profitability of each and every customer. An online customer relationship is much different than a regular retail customer because it has a much bigger upside. It gives you a potential customer 24/7 from anywhere on the planet versus just when they're at your golf course. So I wanted to really expand on what GolfPay is about, and we'll do a Q&A session about it. But I do want to point out, too, the last 6 or 7 months, there's been an absolute explosion of online adoption. People are buying everything online just about. And the more you can do online, the more opportunities there are to increase revenue. I would estimate probably in the last, since the beginning of the year, online adoption has probably just accelerated to what it would have been like over a course of 2 to 3 years naturally. So now every generation is going online to do something. So now is the time, and I believe if you do act quickly, you can sort of get in on this gold rush of demand and really establish yourself. And we're hoping that GolfPay can provide that kind of benefit to you. So I would like you to listen to, if you don't mind, just listening to one of our customers and see what he has to say about GolfPay.
I would recommend GolfPay to other golf courses for the sole reason of what we've been talking about. It's the gathering of information. It's the interaction with the customers. It's bringing new people to your facility, not just one time, but over and over and over again. And that's what creates brand loyalty, and it also creates a repeatable revenue stream, which is important for every business.
Hey guys, great job. You?
Doing well, Mike. Good to see you.
Thanks for the presentation and telling the GolfPay story. It's fantastic. We're going to jump into the Q&A portion here, and we've got a question that's populated up on the screen here from a virtual audience, and In the presentation, you mentioned a high referral rate from the golfers who use GolfPay at least 2 times. It's an improved booking experience. What makes GolfPay different?
Well, about 4 years ago when we started, Mike, we focused almost entirely on the golfer experience. So we started doing things that are more commonplace now, like mobile check-in, buying pro shop items online before you arrive at the golf course, things like that, split pay. And so I think once golfers get into the GolfPay ecosystem for a particular course, they tend to stay there, and there's a reason for that. And that is all those different amenities we've been building for the last 4 years in the platform itself. So I think just from the list of things that I just mentioned in the video, there's just a lot of cool amenities, conveniences built in that, golfers really like, and they like to, tell others about it.
So let's ask this question here. So do you have any statistics on what an improved booking experience can do for the average revenue per round or on pro shop efficiency?
Sure. So, when you're talking about online revenue, there's, for a golf course, there's different sources of that revenue. So it might be some prepaid bookings coming through Golf Now or on their standard booking engine on their golf course. When GolfPay is added, typically, even when you factor in, the COVID thing where more people are going online anyway, we're increasing online revenue between 30 and 60% on average. So I think the most important part of that is every golfer that sets up a GolfPay account with a particular golf course, they link a credit card. So once they get into the ecosystem, they already have a card uploaded. That's a requirement. And now they can start making purchases and things like that. So, so that percentage, usually 30 to 60% happens within a few months, but we see it keep climbing over time. It's small. It's very small and incremental, but it's clear and growth.
Sure, that makes sense. So, quick question: how many golf courses currently are using GolfPay? I mean, just off the top of your head, if you know.
So yeah, version 1 and version 2, there's about 140 courses using GolfPay, whether they're using the full platform or whether they're just using like our text marketing channel.
And the reviews.
Yeah, we got great reviews. I think we have 5-star reviews from golfers. Like I said, the vast majority of golfers that use GolfPay at least twice would recommend us to a friend. So that's using a scale of 1 to 10. We're getting mostly 9s and 10s in that experience.
Very good. Here's another question that's come in from the audience. So, are you guys coming out with your own tee sheet? Point of sale?
We are. Hopefully by February 1 of 2021, we'll have our own tee sheet and POS. So we're excited about that. I think we've taken the integration into existing tee sheets and POSs about as far as we can, or, there's a certain amount of willingness on the part of the software companies, and they're different, depending on what company we're talking about. But we've really, I think, exhausted every opportunity there in terms of where we can take GolfPay with an existing tee sheet and POS. Some are better than others, like I said. And I've always had on the product map, hey, if we can't integrate as seamlessly as I'd like to, I sure know how to create a really, excuse the language, badass tee sheet and POS, because we've had to develop around and navigate around a lot of that existing let's say limitations, if that makes sense. So as an end result, we built a lot of cool stuff. So to be able to put that into a tee sheet and POS is pretty exciting.
Now, for a golf course to take advantage of GolfPay and bring on your services, what does that process look like? Is it pretty much a turnkey process, or?
It really is. It's very plug and play. There's about a 30-minute training period. Now for the tee sheet and POS, that's different. That's GolfPay 360. But as far as the standard GolfPay booking engine, yeah, it's about a 30-minute training period, and then we configure everything on our side. There's a questionnaire that goes out because we do a lot of automation, a lot of artificial intelligence to help answer questions from golfers. So there's I would say about a 30-minute questionnaire that has to get answered so we can program that aspect of our platform. But generally, it's the questionnaire, the responses to that. Again, that takes about 30 minutes, training 30 minutes. And then everything else just gets installed, cut and paste code in the existing golf course website, whether it be links or whether it be our web chat channel or what have you.
Yeah. The longest part of that is getting connected with the existing tee sheet, usually anywhere from 24 hours to, possibly 5 days.
Very good. Very good. Here's a question. What's the most popular channel, texting, voice, or social?
It's the same, I think, across the consumer spectrum. Voice is probably growing the fastest. Text is very consistent. There's a certain portion of golfers that use the text channel, and they tend to be extremely loyal customers. That's what I'm noticing with the texting. As far as social, that's something I think that's been the slowest to take off for direct communication, just because in order to be able to respond to some of those questions, a lot of times they don't have their Facebook open to do that. So there are some limitations with Facebook, but all of them are good. I mean, the more options you provide consumers these days, the better off you are. One of the things about GolfPay is you can go from channel to channel to channel, and we find that user and we tie it into their account. So everything that we track for the user, whether it be their reservations, purchase history, loyalty points, rain checks, things like that on a course by course basis, we can literally attract them everywhere they go. They always get the right price based on their member. Let's say they have a loyalty pass, so we digitize all that. So it's completely omni-channel, one user, unified experience across all the channels.
Very good. All right. Well, Taylor's popping on, but Dale, I understand, and Kyle, you guys have one more slide you want to show the audience. So if you guys want to go ahead and pop that up.
Yeah, so this is an internet special that we want to do for this show only, and it's GolfPay 360. When we come out with it February 1, you're only going to pay for online transactions. You're not going to pay for any hardware. You're not going to pay for any setup or training. You're only going to pay 1.99% of the online transactions, because that's our focal point, is to drive more business online. The first 3 months is going to be completely no charge for GolfPay 360. The only thing you have to agree to is our 1-year agreement on one of our transformer packages, which is the booking engine itself.
There you go, folks. Take advantage of the GolfPay opportunity there. And Kyle and Dale, it's always great seeing you guys, and appreciate you guys being part of RevCon, and look forward to talking to you soon.
Sounds good. We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we appreciate GolfPay, our supporting sponsors. All right, let's check out this quick message from our friends at Rainbird.
I've been a part of 2 U.S. Opens before, a volunteer, but I never thought I'd be in this seat to be hosting a U.S. Open Championship, and it's exciting.
Knowing we have the Rainbird support behind all our products, we felt confident in putting Rainbird back into our greens we just rebuilt and sticking with Rainbird.
I mean, anytime you're happy with the product, the company that you're dealing with, and you have an easy transition to upgrade and don't have to overhaul everything, it's so nice.
We've integrated touchscreen building programs through the touchscreen and the map. It's a game changer.
MI we just started using last year, and now we're full bore on MI. We all have iPads. We use MI daily basis for multiple different reasons, whether it's watering, creating programs, checking on heads. It's been great. The real-time communication saves us a lot of time and allows us to be at different areas of the golf course while being reassured that the water is being applied properly.
I've learned more in water since I've been here, working with the Rainbird system and learning this properly, than I did in the first 20 years of my career.
All Right, yeah, great stuff from Rainbird there. Thank you. They are our supporting sponsor, and yeah, didn't Wingfoot look amazing last month? I mean, they do a great job there. And remember, you can still enter to win an iPad courtesy of Rainbird. Their networking break is coming up in about an hour, so it's not too late. You can head to rainbird.com/RevCon right here. It's a free iPad you can win, and about an hour left, so make sure you take advantage of that. They're going to announce the winner live during their networking break. All right. As promised, our hospitality focus sessions continue now with Whitney Reed Pinnell, the founder and president of RCS Hospitality Group. RCS University, their virtual training arm, is also the official sponsor of the Hospitality Center on the new and improved NGCOA.org. She's worked with hundreds of clubs, from strategic planning to recruiting to new club openings. Today, she'll talk about how amazing customer service can increase your revenue. Whitney, there you are. Welcome to RevCon 20. We're delighted to have you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Taylor, you are meant for this. You're doing such a good job in the virtual world. I can't even believe it. It's so great.
I'll let my agent know that.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I'll give you a quick second to pull up full screen your presentation. And while you do that, yeah, folks, thanks again for all the comments while our sessions are going on. We love answering them on the other side of each presentation. And it looks like Whitney is ready to go. Take it away, Whitney.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm just going to put up a little bit of my bio here in case you don't know me. And the most important thing to know, as Taylor said, I'm the president of RCS Hospitality Group. So we only work with clubs and we work in the hospitality space. So of course, my slant always on anything from strategy to operations, to building revenue or improving your bottom line results comes from hospitality. So today we're going to talk about how amazing customer service is the key to getting customers to your door or your website even, how to bring them back and turn them into brand ambassadors, which is effectively expand your sales reach. We're going to step through why amazing service is so important, how to deliver it and bake it into your processes. Then finally, recap how this will drive revenue at your course. So when you think about this, first of all, I don't think we can really talk about this without acknowledging the times in which we're living. While golf has enjoyed a bit of resurgence in many places as one of the only activities that was allowed during the shutdowns, the overall disruption to the business model makes now the perfect time to figure out how to capitalize on newfound customers and possibly gain more new customers as you begin to stabilize and return to some sort of normal in the coming months, hopefully. We all know about the real estate surge and urban dwellers leaving cities in droves and families flocking to outdoor activities. And many people in the workforce are looking at their work-life balance, which makes golf courses and golf as an industry really a great choice for everyone. So as people are seeking these safe havens and increased family time, there's no better place than a golf course and for you to highlight that and bring those new customers in. Right now, making them feel safe. But to keep them, you have to think beyond the safety factor. Your customers are looking to feel like they really matter to you, like you care. And if you show that to them, that's when you really get the repeat business, the great testimonials. They go out into the community and tell more people about you. So I've been saying for years that creating experiences in this economy is the only real way to sustain and grow. And that's never really been more true than today, because right now, personalized service and making people feel special coming out of this pandemic will really be your competitive edge. Okay, so let me just get started. I know I could just talk about how important it is forever. So all of the hold on one second. I think I skipped over something. Okay. So all of the areas that I just showed on the last slide, marketing, golf shop, food and beverage, if you bake your processes into those areas, you can really up your game in customer service. And really what I'm talking about is changing your culture and really making amazing customer service a culture of habits at your facility. So when you think about culture, I want to be sure that you understand what I mean, because it's not just a logo. Culture is really what props your logo up. It really makes people know who you are and it makes you recognizable. So culture from an organizational standpoint shows up in your values, beliefs, underlying assumptions, attitudes and behaviors, even habits that are shared by a group of people. So collectively, how your employees behave says a lot about your culture. It's the framework in which you communicate within your organization. So it might mean how you communicate internally or externally. Culture will give you a competitive edge, and I'm going to show you how today. It's basically the embodiment of your overall strategy. And one of the most important items of building and sustaining your culture is that you as the leader have to walk the talk. And you really have to be committed. When you think about your culture, I would just ask you all to be honest with yourself and think about what needs to change, because this is an ideal time. You're probably looking at your facility. You're looking at what you should be doing differently. Think about what your employees should look like. Because really everything with what we're going to talk about today starts with making a good hire. So think about your non-negotiables for hiring, which means even if somebody comes through the door that looks really great, seems like they're going to be a great employee, if they don't have 2 or 3, 4, whatever your non-negotiable items are in terms of behavior, attitude, skills, or ability, you won't hire them. So keep that in mind as we go through, because amazing customer service really is created by the people that you employ, the people interacting with your customers. So once you get through the people part, now think about the customers and customer acquisition cost, because this is really, this is such an intangible thing that we talk about with customer service. But when you think about the hard dollars that you spend in marketing or sales, events, promotions, it's expensive to get new customers. Once you have a customer, you really can't afford to lose them. And actually, I think for people out there who've had great success with repeat customers, they probably find that their marketing budget might go down a little. They continue to advertise for brand awareness, but new customers are often coming from existing customers, and that's because of the service. So if you look at companies over the last few years, and I study a lot of customers, a lot of companies, a lot of industries, customer service has become a competitive edge. Everyone's target marketing, everyone is providing personalized service. So it's really become the minimum expectation. So when you think about your marketing costs, here's another thing I just want you to think about. 25 out of 26 customers who are unhappy with something at your course will never tell you. They'll just leave. So what I'm talking about today is, how do you keep that from happening? How do you get that feedback? How do you stop those 25 people from leaving? Because if you think about what it costs you to get 25 people, it's probably a pretty large number. So if you could turn their experience, actually when they come into the property, if you could turn that into a whole sales process experience, you have a greater chance of keeping them. And then your customer service really becomes your competitive advantage. I know you probably have had a lot of people talking about marketing, and I don't know, I wish I could see all of you, because I'm wondering if Chris Strauss is out there, because he would say marketing, right? So Chris, if you're out there, hi. But he would also say that the service, the experience has to be there as well. And I would suggest to you that the service and repeat customers, or turning your loyal customers into sales ambassadors for you, can bring more revenue than your marketing plan alone. Because you can drive people to your property, but if they don't feel like you care and they matter, they're not going to come back. They won't come back. They won't tell anyone else. And that's a whole lot of marketing dollars down the drain. Real life testimonials is what really drives the customer to your facility. You think about when they're doing research, and you might put out great specials, you might have a great website, but if they see some great testimonials out there about you, that's really what's going to drive them to you. So if only 1 in 25 will actually tell you if they're dissatisfied, I just also want to share with you what's happening when you lose a customer. What's happening with those 25 people? What are they doing? Well, 68% of them leave because they believe you don't care about them. 68% because they don't feel like they matter. And usually this feeling comes from an employee with a poor attitude. And employee attitudes are a direct reflection of the culture of a company. So if you can't produce engaged employees, you can't really have amazing customer service. So as much as you focus on the customer experience, I would encourage you to focus on the hiring, recruiting, onboarding, and training experience as well. And that's how you create that motivating work environment. 14% are dissatisfied with service. So that's beyond your employees. That is maybe not being happy with what you're offering, the value proposition, your policies or procedures, or maybe just the facilities. 9% leave for a competitor, and the remainder leave for other personal reasons. So if only 9% leave for a competitor and 68% leave due to how they feel they're treated, what's going to benefit you more than amazing customer service and building it into everything you do? One of my favorite restaurateurs, Danny Meyer, if you're familiar, he has a great saying, and he says that service is the technical delivery of a product. Hospitality is how the person feels when receiving that product. I call it the feels, right? Making an emotional connection. And the best way to make that emotional connection is from the people that are interacting with your customer. So if your customers don't feel you care, there's likely an employee issue to address. I'm a big believer in treating the root cause, not just the symptoms. So I want to share with you a few things that likely come along that we've picked up in our travels. So assuming your hiring practices are solid, the other things that could be going on is an employee's getting unclear expectations, maybe poor training or ineffective training. And I would just remind you that talking is not training. Connecting until someone learns, that's actually training. Disengaged leadership or leaders not walking the talk, meaning someone's asking something of an employee that they're not willing to do themselves or are directly acting in the contrary. Lack of support, praise and recognition. Everybody, it's a basic human need. We all want to be recognized. We all want to be supported. And then the last thing is lacking tools and resources. I just want to tell you a funny story. When I think about a lot of these, I got called into a club one time because they thought they had some other issues. They had a group of very unhappy employees. It was really showing up in their morale and service. They were starting to have tardiness and absentee problems. And so they asked me to come in and see if I could help them figure out what was going on. You'll never believe that the root cause was because this club did not have enough forks to get through all of the special events that they did. So if they had something that had appetizers, a salad, and dessert, they didn't have enough of those forks to get through. So what would happen is it would be complete angst and a fire drill between every course or throughout the event if it was a reception where they were using all the forks. So the dishwasher was frustrated, the servers were frustrated, the customers sometimes were waiting in line, they were yelling at the employees. So all of these things were happening literally because the forks were not there. And you'll be shocked to know the forks, a dozen forks can cost anything from $1.50 upwards of $30 or more dollars. So depending on the brand. But this club was really risking employee turnover, which can cost you 20 to 30% of a person's first year wage earnings or a year's wage earnings. And they were really risking customer service because imagine someone writing a review and saying we had to wait in line at a buffet. And the root cause of that wait is because there weren't any forks, because someone was running around trying to get forks and they weren't taking the food out to the buffet, or they weren't out clearing a table or whatever else they needed to be doing. Now, of course, sometimes it's not that simple. It's sometimes much more complex and layered. But, I really encourage you to listen to your employees, listen to them, watch them, see what they need, be sure they have the tools and resources to remain actively engaged with your customers. Okay, so imagine if by bringing these feels, you could get a 50% return on every new customer over and over. I think that would really impact your revenue. And what a great thing if you knew that every new customer you acquire, you have likely a 50% chance that they're going to return, at least 50%, right? So if you think about this, and you think about bringing these feels, there's a few ways to do it. So let me just get right into that. First of all, you should know that I think customer feedback is a gift. If you don't make it feel like it's a gift at your facility, the employees won't bring it to you. And not only will they not bring it to you, they will model the behavior that you have if you ignore or don't solicit or don't listen to feedback. You're telling them that it's not important. But I think it's a gift, because I imagine it's much like every customer walking up to me with a list that says, hey, here are the 10 things I need to make my day special. And if you do these things, you can earn my repeat business and positive testimonial on social media. I think it would be helpful. So when I think about customer feedback and when I observe customer behavior, this is what it tells me. It tells me what I can do to make them happy. So if you think about it that way, you welcome the feedback, you listen to it attentively, and then actually use it. So when you think about getting the feedback, one thing I do want to tell you, because you'll hear it over and over and over, the things that are likely to go wrong, the things that are cited the most are communication and coordination of effort. Those are the two main issues cited with poor customer service, meaning someone didn't receive the communication they needed, either to manage their expectations or communication about what to do next, where to go from one location to the other, what time you're closing, what you carry in the shop or you don't have, or someone coming out to play golf early in the morning, letting them know that you don't offer breakfast if that's the case, or you do offer breakfast and please join us. But coordination of efforts and communication, if you can hit those things, if you can hit communication and coordination of efforts, you'll hit the mark for your customers. But first you have to understand them. If you don't understand them, it's just like a shot in the dark, because we have a tendency to think everyone is the same. All of our customers have the same needs, but actually it's a little bit different. So when you get the feedback, and I would say one of the things you could do to bake customer service into your process is to actively solicit feedback. Make sure your employees know how to do it, know how to respond. I always start with the phrase, thank you, know how to respond, and then have a mechanism and a mode of communication internally to get that information where it needs to go. Because it's really important, if someone asks for feedback, an employee gets it, and they say they're going to do something about it, if nothing happens, it's worse than if you never knew in the first place. So you really have to follow through on this feedback. And this is how you build the loyalty. This is how the customers really feel that you care. And this is when they start coming back. So making this emotional connection, obviously you can tell it takes effort. What I would say is, especially for first-time job prospects, some of your younger employees, they really need some help making these social connections or developing social skills. So here's a guide. We teach employees to look for ways to make the customer in front of you, all customers, how to make them feel welcome, important, comfortable, and understood. It sounds really simple, but it's not, because we all need something different. And that's why understanding your customer and soliciting feedback is so important. But there are a few things that you can do to make them feel special every time. So I want to just share those with you. First, be sure that these 3 critical steps of service are in place and consistently used throughout your facility: a warm welcome, anticipating needs, and a fond farewell. Again, it sounds simple, but so many companies actually, I watch them, they fail based on customer service. They spend a lot of money on brand, on inventory, on marketing, on sales efforts, on a website, apps, everything. But if when people come, they don't feel like they matter, it's really for nothing. So when you think about this, these are the 3 steps of service, and this is what it means. It doesn't mean they get greeted just when they arrive or told thank you when they leave. It means everywhere they travel in the club, everywhere they travel on your golf course, they get these 3 steps of service from every employee they interact with. So when they arrive, they get a warm welcome. The person anticipates their needs. Do they need to take their bag? Do they need some water? Maybe you live a long distance from, someone had to drive a long way. Maybe offer where the restrooms are located. When they leave that area, you extend them a fond farewell. You say, hey, thank you. I hope you enjoy your day. Then over to the golf shop, same thing, warm welcome, anticipate their needs, a fond farewell as they leave that area. When they go to the range, the same thing. If you have an attendant or if they pass an employee on the way, a warm welcome. And it could be something as simple as saying welcome, but you use eye contact, positive body language, positive words and phrases, and a fond farewell. Sometimes people think, well, I already saw them today, but you still smile, you still acknowledge them, you still offer these steps of service throughout their journey. Same thing for the snack bar, the beverage cart, the grill, anywhere your customer travels, you would offer these 3 steps of service. I'm just looking at my notes here. Okay. Anticipating customer needs and then taking action is the key step of service in this, obviously. So anticipating within each area, why they're in that area, what they might need, but don't just wait for them to ask, but anticipate what they might need, offer it to them. That's how you really provide this extra level of hospitable service. And then just as a last reminder, because even though you're doing this in each individual area, if someone arrives without the initial greeting or they leave without someone telling them goodbye, you can have everything sort of fall flat. So it really has to be consistent throughout every department, also upon arrival and the final departure. So let's just talk about a few things that everyone can do, because I know these seem so simple, but I preach it every day, and everywhere you go, I would just ask you all to think right now, when was the last time you had some really great service? You know, really great service where you didn't have to wait, you felt special, you felt like you mattered, you didn't have to ask for anything. When you walked in, somebody looked up and paid attention to you. It doesn't really happen that often. So this is why I share this, because it really is this basic. So everyone needs something different to feel welcome and important, but there's a few things we can always do, right? We can use a customer's name frequently, but not robotically. Using someone's name is the single best way to make them feel important. If you can learn something special about them, if they're a repeat customer, or maybe they're a frequent player at your course, if you can find out something they like, or they give you little cues, right? They'll tell you a brand that they like in the shop. They'll tell you their favorite club. They'll tell you which position they like to be, which bay on the range they might like to be. These are cues. This is that list that they're giving you to make them feel special. Find a way to mark those down, write them down, point of sale systems, you can record them, but then recall it with each employee. If you don't do this and build it into your systems, what happens is your service becomes dependent upon one person or a favorite. And so then what happens, and you see it usually in places like the bar, or maybe if someone is cleaning clubs or something like that, or possibly if you have shoe service, they'll ask for someone special. But they'll say, oh, well, Johnny knows how to make my Bloody Mary. I'll just wait till he comes back. Or the minute they see that Johnny's not there, they already decide they're not going to like the Bloody Mary, and so they order something different. So it really sets up new employees for failure if you don't share this information that you know about your customers. Then the welcome piece, it's really critical when a customer enters an area that the employee takes appropriate action that signals that the customer is important. So what does this mean? This means that your employees have to get off their phones, they have to stop watching TV, they have to look up from their book, they have to stand up from the counter, maybe come around from the counter as well. What sometimes happens, especially with some of those young job prospects, they don't know this yet, so you have to teach them. They will wait until a customer walks up to them and greets them first. And that breaks just about everything, every rule that we're talking about here. It's the club's job, the course job, the employee's job to greet first. So greet first, make them feel welcome, make sure that they are your number one priority, and make sure the employees know that this is where the concept of being on stage really comes into play. Not only is it how they're behaving, it's also how their workspace looks, right? So if they walk in somewhere and there's a Starbucks cup or a bunch of Post-it notes, their book is on the counter, their lunch is there, this signals that I'm not ready for you and you may not be welcome. I know it seems silly, but that's really a customer can't put their finger on it, but they don't feel comfortable. They don't feel welcome in that moment. This just happened to me at the airport just yesterday. I was talking with a gate agent. I was trying to get on an earlier flight, and another agent walked up, interrupted the conversation, and started asking questions unrelated to our conversation and unrelated to any customer. So imagine, this is another thing that can happen. Employees working together mistakenly think that customer is not the most important person to them in that moment. The focus remains on the customer. Those side conversations generally can happen when the customer's not there. The other piece of this is using positive words and phrases. I know I talked about it. I think I wrote an article about it and some magazines as well. But there's a reason why in hospitality we teach phrases like, yes, of course, it's my pleasure, certainly. I always try to stay away from the phrase no problem, and I realize a lot of people use it. Someone questioned me on it, and the biggest reason is it insinuates it was a problem, but it's not anymore, and it's two negative words. It starts with the word no. And the second thing is it's very off-putting to older generations. So I've heard that directly from older generations over and over. Also using the term guys when you're addressing men and women, I would just caution you on that. And then lastly, when you're thinking about making somebody feel welcome and important, I would think, what is one extra thing I can do? What's 1% more I can do? Because there's always 1% more. It might be recognizing someone as a first-time golfer. And what can you do extra to make them feel really welcome? I've had over the years, I've actually had a few people call me and tell me that they weren't treated very well first time out golfing, either as a beginning golfer or a woman trying to get into golf, who thought, well, that would be fun. And they were treated as if they were a frequent golfer and should know their way around. So I often remind people that you have to help people feel comfortable in your facility. They don't know their way around. It's very much like arriving with a blindfold on, and you have to help them find their way and help them know how to best experience your facility. So when you're thinking about comfortable and understood, basically the best thing you could do is make sure that you're ready. You're ready when they arrive. If everything looks like they expect, they know they're not going to be let down. If things look cluttered, if they look disorganized, if they look like you're not ready, it makes people start to feel a little bit uncomfortable. So we suggest having room ready or area ready standards, which means how you leave the facility, how do you leave that area or that room at the end of the day, what it looks like for opening and then throughout the day. So this is a signal to your customers that they're important, you care about them. And it's really, it's much like having a guest in your home. The things that you would do if you were having a guest in your home, you would get things ready. You would not be rushing around and vacuuming at the last minute and looking disheveled. You would time it out so that you looked prepared and ready to welcome them when they arrive. So when the understood part, listening to them, obviously, but really taking note of when they're coming to the club, who are they coming with, watching the group, looking to see what they might need. Certainly a bachelor party group might need something different from you in that day than a family playing together or a competitive group of men that are coming out on a Saturday morning. So what they want really depends on who they're playing with, when they're playing, level of golfer they are. All of these things come into play to really feel understood and comfortable. So anything you can do in those moments by understanding them to make their day special. I want to just go back to my airport story yesterday, because those words and phrases, again, it really can make a difference on feeling understood and comfortable. So The gate agent said to me yesterday, and I'm going to emphasize a few words so you can hear the negative words and phrases not to use. You can't switch your flight. There's nothing I can do to help you. And then she turns to her coworker and yells back across to him, John, how many times are we going to be asked this question before they listen to us? That's what she said. And then she turned back to me with a big eye roll and said, since COVID, the system won't let us do anything special for our elite status customers since we're on reduced capacity. That's usually the customer service we get just about everywhere. But here's a different way to say it. What if she would have said, Miss Pinnell, I'm so sorry that I can't accommodate your request today. I hate to disappoint you because I see you're an elite platinum member and fly with us often, and I appreciate that. Because we're flying on reduced schedules due to COVID restrictions, some of the abilities to make changes for our VIP customers at the gate are temporarily unavailable to us. I know you're disappointed you won't get home early. There's some really great restaurants just through security where you'll be very comfortable while you wait for your original flight. Now, I realize the second one takes a little bit more time, but when you think about it from a customer perspective, how you interact with them, how your employees interact with them, the words and phrases that they use and choose really do make a difference on the experience. Once you build these key service steps into your program, the next thing is to make sure everyone knows how to handle a service recovery opportunity. Service failures happen because we have failed to meet a customer expectation. And recovery is just that, recovering from the failure. So communication really comes into this quite a bit. And I would say to you that if you're not practicing and role-playing customer service recovery situations, you're really doing your employees and yourself a disservice, because there's probably 5 to 10 common scenarios out there that happen. You're probably thinking of them right now. I wish I could stop and let you jot them down, but we're on a tight schedule today. But jot them down if you can and create scenarios that you can role play, because here's when you need to communicate. You have to be able to communicate if someone's angry. You have to be able to communicate and manage expectations in advance, hopefully. Maybe they were misinformed about something. Maybe they told someone that they weren't happy with something and it didn't get fixed, which then makes it worse. And by the way, if they find one thing wrong, if they note it and nothing happens, they will start looking for more things to be wrong. So this is why service recovery is so important. Then we have the actual communication in the recovery. That's when words and phrases become so important. That's when knowing what you can do to handle a situation becomes important. And then when you think about this, I say if they're complaining to you, you haven't lost them yet. Right? If they're giving you the opportunity to recover, this has the potential to actually become a sales ambassador for you, because the statistics on a service recovery is that customers they'll tell twice as many people about what you did to make it right than they would the original story of what went wrong. Right? And then they become a customer for life. So these service recovery situations are really an excellent opportunity to create loyal customers if it's handled well. Okay, so how do you do it? Let me just get into this quickly. So this service recovery, it really matters how you handle it. So first of all, listening. And I would suggest to you that everyone needs lessons on listening, active listening, with open, positive body language, really being aware of facial expressions in this moment. If you are very expressive, it will show up on your face if you're thinking something negatively. But really, you're listening to understand, not just respond, not just waiting for your opportunity to stand your ground or prove them wrong. Never, ever argue with a customer. I know everyone knows that. But really listen to what it is. Paraphrase back to them what you think you understand. Be sure that you are going to handle the right thing. Apologize if they're disappointed. And you're apologizing that you let them down. A lot of people say, well, I'm not going to apologize if I didn't do anything wrong. It's not about doing something wrong, because in their eyes, you have failed their expectations. That's what's wrong. So you're apologizing for disappointing them. You're really that's the apology. offer a solution or an alternative if you can, if it's at all possible, and then follow up with the customer. One thing I want to tell you, there's a school of economics out there, Nottingham School of Economics. They found that customers are more likely to withdraw a negative review online if you apologize instead of offering compensation. And I would say this is a non-scientific fact or study. Arguing with them online will get you absolutely nowhere. It will make it worse 100% of the time. So sometimes just an apology is all they really need, and to know that you heard them and that they matter. And then this last little piece, the follow-up, so many people miss this last one. And, when you think about it in terms of hospitality and amazing service, I always go back to Ritz-Carlton, who's the epitome of service. Everyone wants, I get so many calls saying, we want to have Ritz-Carlton service. Well, first of all, it's very expensive. It's a real commitment financially to do, but some of their key service components are not expensive. And one of them is teaching employees that if you get a customer situation, feedback, service recovery opportunity, you own it, which basically means you follow up with that customer until the situation is resolved. Ritz-Carlton recognizes how important this feedback is and what to do about it. So you could write a simple letter, a card, an email, a phone call to a customer if the situation warrants it. But taking the time just to follow up can change a situation around and turn that negative review into something positive, or at least give you an opportunity to talk about what's going on. And I would always say, thank you for telling us. My standard line is always, thank you for telling us. It's because of customer feedback that we're allowed the opportunity to get better. And we're going to use this information in our training and follow through procedures. But then do it. Don't just give them that phrase, but then actually go and do that. Okay. So we've talked about a lot. I know some things were basic. Some might be refreshers. Maybe even some were a new way to look at something. And I hope you get something out of it. Putting customer service into your process and procedures takes a little bit of work. It's not really all that different than building safety into your processes and procedures, but it has to be done with your customer in mind. So when you think about that from a business model standpoint, customer service is really at the top of everything you do. So everything should be for the benefit of the customer. It shouldn't be for the convenience of an employee. And that's sometimes what we see from a service standpoint. And anytime you put convenience over a customer needs, service is probably not going to be what you hope for. So when you think about this high cost of customer acquisition, you think about employee turnover, although now there's a really great amount of talent out there, sadly, because of what's gone on. But eventually everyone in this industry experiences turnover because we hire seasonally. Sometimes we hire students, sometimes part-time workers. But if you build it into your systems, you're not tied to one particular person. You're not tied to one great employee making everyone feel special. You build in the systems and you hire the people to make customers feel special. So happy customers, they'll come back time and again. Right? Happy customers, and you have them, you have frequent golfers that come back over and over. They stay longer if they're happy, right? We stay where we feel comfortable, welcome, understood, and important. If they stay longer, they spend more money. If you help them use your facilities the best way you know how, right? Knowing that, hey, they have to come in and have our famous wings and a nice cold beer after their round. The best time to tell them is right before they go out. And if you want to take it even a step further, if you're on the phone with them or you're sending messages out and confirmation through your tea time system, a reminder about your food and beverage hours of operation. So they can start thinking about, oh yeah, I'm going to have breakfast there rather than stop at McDonald's on my way, or tell their wife, I'm not going to be home until a couple of hours after I play because we're going to stay for lunch, because they know that they can, and you've sent them the menu or you've invited them to do that. So they'll come back, they'll spend more money, They'll bring their friends and family. They'll spend more money. They'll tell their friends to go to your course. They'll get online and post positive testimonials. Effectively, they will become salespeople for you. And these reviews and their testimonial in the community expand your sales reach. It increases the likelihood of booking a tea time with you over your competitor. Okay. Even I will say if the price is higher, because we will go places where we feel like we matter more than we will go somewhere just to save a buck. I promise. Think about your own interactions, your own decisions. That's what you do. And then once they trust you, once you do these things, it's built in. It's consistent every time. Everyone makes them feel special. They look forward to coming there. They feel great after having been there. They trust you. They start caring about you too. And that's really when everything gets great. And that's why I say the magic really happens. That's when they want to buy from you. That's when they look for ways to come to your course. That's when they look for ways to help you get more customers. So I hope that you got something new or different, or like I said, maybe a refresher out of today. I think we have some time for some questions. So as you're thinking about your questions, if you saw anything in these slides that were of interest to you, if you don't already have them through RevCon or through the NGCOA, because I know they're on top of things, you can connect with us through our website. There's an events tab on there. Just click on download the presentation and you'll be able to access this as a PDF. So I'll take this down so I can take a look at everyone again.
Well, hi, Whitney.
Hi.
Well, thank you. And as always, you are right on time. So very, very good. We've actually got time for a couple questions, and we're certainly going to take advantage of it again this afternoon with another session. We really appreciate that. So I got a couple, we'll just do a couple rapid fires here for a little change of pace. You ready?
I shall try.
So here we go. We're going to definitely try to put you on the spot. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Is the customer always right?
The customer is always the customer, which makes them right. So look, I've said in my training seminars that no, I mean, obviously sometimes the customer does things, they're not always right when they say something to you. But their perception is what matters. They're the customer, their perception is right in their mind. And therefore that makes them right when we're trying to provide a service to them.
Excellent. Okay. We don't have any trick questions in here. What do you think about secret shoppers?
I think secret shoppers can be very valuable if you give them standards that you use, the standards you want them to look for. And, and the other thing I would just say, because we do secret shopping sometimes, and if you tell one person, you've told all of your employees, I'll just tell you that. So you've really got to be careful about who knows anyone is coming to do the secret shop. The best thing is, one person deals with the shoppers, no one else knows, and just be sure that you are clear on what you're trying to get out of the experience and where they should go. Maybe questions they might even want to ask if they're not a professional shopper necessarily. We sometimes put certain questions in that will give us some good information, but I think they can be beneficial.
Okay, we've got time for one more, all right? And you might recognize who this one came from. So from Renee, how do you address the toxic employee, or that, how do you handle those situations?
Well, now you're really putting me on the spot. I think everyone should have their service standards. They should have their strategy, their mission statement, what they're trying to accomplish. If they have someone who cannot work within that structure, and you've coached them and you've trained them and you've given them the resources and they're not getting there, then it's time to hold them accountable, and you might have to make a tough decision or repurpose them, which is a nice way of saying move them to a different area, maybe that they will be less toxic.
I'm going to write down repurpose. That's a good word. But now, Whitney, thank you so much for your time. I suspect we're going to see Mr. Wall. There he is. And Whitney, do you have any last thoughts here before we move on? And we really thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. I just, I know I get a little excited about this because that's what I do, but I hope everybody really focuses in on the service, because it's such an easy, low cost way to really boost their bottom line and bring in new customers and more revenue.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks again, Whitney, for yet another valuable session. Remember, Whitney and Sean will be right back here in 15 minutes to wrap up RevCon 20 with our hospitality and food and beverage specific Bright Ideas Showcase. You certainly won't want to miss that. Before we get there, though, we're excited to welcome Brian Stromey from Rainbird to the RevCon 20 stage. Rainbird is a RevCon 20 supporting sponsor and NGCOA's Smart Buy Marketplace supplier. Hey, Brian, how you doing today?
Great. Thanks for having us. And everybody don't leave. We got something exciting. So if you're running to the bathroom.
We've been mentioning it all day. There it is down there. I'm excited to see who wins this iPad, but the floor is yours. Take it away.
Well, appreciate that. And thanks to everybody for having us be a sponsor here. For over 87 years, we've been exclusively irrigation. And we're going to talk a little bit today about how we're exclusive for NGCOA on the Smart Buy rebate, which is really important to understand. But before you leave, let's get to the fun stuff. On the screen, you'll see, go to rainbird.com/RevCon. You can scan that QR code with your phone. Everybody who logs in and signs up for Rainbird 360 is going to get a Bluetooth speaker, and you'll get a flash drive with some information from us. But you're going to be entered in to win an iPad Pro. So you're thinking, okay, I never win these things. Right now, there is only 29 people registered to win the iPad Pro. Those are really, really good odds. So sign up now. You got about 7 minutes, and we're going to announce the winner live at the end of this 15-minute session. So please, please, please sign up. A great opportunity here. No matter what, you're going to get something. So, okay, Brian, what am I signing up for in this Rainbird 360? It's a great newsletter that we put out by our marketing team that gives us tips and tricks, updates, resources, videos. You're really going to enjoy reading through it and learning more about irrigation. So one of the cool things about Rainbird and being exclusive irrigation partners with the NGCOA is we're running our Smart Buy rebate for 2020, which is a 1.5% rebate on all Rainbird golf products. That's everything we produce in the golf division, including pump stations. And it can be as small as your team is ordering a box of sprinklers to a full-blown renovation, which, as you can do the math in your head, that's adding up really, really fast. That's a lot of money. So 1.5% rebate. It's a really simple process. You fill out a form, a one-page form. You send in the invoices, very similar to going to the store and doing a simple rebate. We send you a check for 1.5%. Pretty great deal. We're really proud to be partners with the NGCOA on this initiative. Tying this all into RevCon and all the discussions today, we have what's available as a renovation roadmap. If you sign up for that Rainbird 360, we're going to send you this. It's a white paper on really just laying out the basics of how to do a renovation. There's so many different ways to do a renovation, and we want to get you started. There's a lot of players in the process from the install, and there's also a lot of different ways to get to the end result for your facility. And when you invest in your irrigation system and produce better conditions, less time for your staff, less expenses, it all ties back into that bottom line, which is why we're all here today. One of the cool things that you may not realize is that you can finance everything. There's a lot of things that have changed in the world of finance. We have a Rainbird finance division where we can help you with those, from the simple small upgrades to the full-blown renovations, and banks are now even including soft costs, which is labor and design. So there's really a lot of great ways to get there that are financially viable for your system. I'm going to leave this screen up. We're going to have some networking questions coming up, but go to RevCon, rainbird.com/RevCon, or scan that QR code, get in. Our team in Tucson, which is where our golf division is based, is putting everything together. They're going to text me the winner. We're going to announce it live and send you an iPad. And like I said at the beginning, there was only 29 of you registered. So make sure you scan that. Let's get you in. Let's take some questions from the audience. I think Mike is going to jump in to help us. Mike?
Brian, how you doing?
Good.
Great to see you as always. Yeah, let's jump into some Q&A. And as always, we encourage you guys to go to the comment section and post your questions for Brian and Rainbird. And it looks like we have one populated already, and that is, let's see here. Okay, how do I even get started? Now, this is a great question. How do I even get started to explore what a renovation looks like? It seems like an overwhelming process.
Well, that's a great question, and I think that's the big fear factor is, well, we don't have $3 million to go do a renovation or whatever number got thrown out there. And honestly, the best way to start is just to start the discussion. My email address is above. Please feel free to email me. I'll get you in touch with the right people in the local market. But really to start that conversation, because there's a bunch of different ways to get to your end product and really improve your infrastructure at your facility so you can provide a better product for your guests. So it can be, and we'll help you go along that path and start. You can start simple, you can do the full renovation, but there's just, you'll be shocked at how many different ways to get there. And when you team up with a company like Rainbird, one of our models is timeless compatibility. So what you buy today from Rainbird will not be obsolete tomorrow. It's a really exciting feature that we can show you. So you can build on what you buy over the years and still have the latest and greatest technology. So,
well, I've got a Rainbird irrigation system at home, and it's been working fantastic for quite a while. Here's another one here, and it's related to what you just mentioned, Brian. And it's again, it's one of these things where reach out to Rainbird and they can help you through this. But a lot of these folks it's just a failing system. They can't afford it. You mentioned that Rainbird's got some great financing opportunities. Maybe you'd want to speak more towards the financing portion here. Does Rainbird have their own financing arm? Is it a third party? Maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, that's great. So great question. So let's start at the beginning. So this question is really interesting. So we can't afford it. And it's no different. A lot of times you compare this to, well, we want an ROI on what we're doing, right? And it's when you have an infrastructure item, it's very similar to the air conditioner goes out in the clubhouse, right? So how do we get there? Or my air conditioner at the clubhouse is working great. I just want to control it better. And I throw a Nest on there. So there's, that upgrade path to get to better efficiency and better savings. So really starting that conversation it's a free process, right? To engage, and we talk through different ways to get you there. To build up to that full system or really address what your issues are and think about what you could do with that time if your agronomic team is not out fixing irrigation every day and messing with those things. Driving by and you see the big hole with pipe leaking everywhere. So there's a lot of ways to get there. And when you talk about finance, so some interesting things have happened in the past few years with finance in the golf industry. And we have a third party, which is our Rainbird Finance, who will go out and work with you directly as an owner and customer, and they'll work to figure out what your financial situation is. It's a lot easier process. Right now, we're running a single page credit app of up to $250,000. So really, they're just looking at credit and cash flow. You're not pulling entire financials. It's a really good way to get financing on these projects and get started. And they can also finance soft costs. So, in the past, people were a little hesitant about financing irrigation systems simply from, hey, it's in the ground, we can't come pick it up. But banks got comfortable with that. Now banks are comfortable with doing the labor. So we can shop it around for you. So some really exciting stuff, I think, in that aspect.
Great. Okay, well, this has to do with, when you just answered a portion of this, so does it cost money to get a bid for renovation? I believe you mentioned it's a complimentary kind of thing, but do you suggest that when you are doing a renovation to your irrigation system, do it in stages? Is that recommended, or do you typically say, you know what, let's go ahead and do your entire golf course?
Allison, that's a great question. So there's different answers to that question. So does it cost money to get a bid? So it does not cost money to start the conversation and start looking at budget numbers. And we can do that at the local level with our Rainbird distributor network and really get you an idea of what that upgrade path looks like, what we can expect for cost. That's free. That's Right now, we're even running some programs where if your team wants to try some of our stuff, we can work with you on that. To do a full-blown irrigation design through an independent third party, that there is a cost to that, and typically, so there's irrigation consultants out there that will create designs, do master plans, really go through the whole process, put it down on paper, and get you that. There is a cost to that, but starting the conversation, absolutely not.
Okay, great.
What do you think?
Well, Brian, I know we want to hold some time for the giveaway. For the iPad. Hopefully we have more than 29 folks that have registered. But before we do that, again, I want to thank you so much for your participation and involvement and the great work you guys do. And you guys have been a partner for a number of years, and we do appreciate that. But I'm going to turn the stage over to you now, and let's have some fun here.
All right. Well, I did get a text from our team. So very excited. So we do have a winner. So let's get right to it. So thank you to everybody that entered. We're sending you a Bluetooth speaker. You're going to like that. And for one person, you get an iPad Pro. So coming your way. So the winner of the iPad Pro is So in the next 10 minutes, you have to email me at is that terrible? Virtual.
Yeah, Brian, that was actually really good.
Terrible. Derek Christopher in Litchfield, Maine. Derek, you are getting an iPad. Thank you for signing up for Rainbird 360. You do not have to do anything. We have your address. We have it. We're going to send you a speaker and an iPad Pro. Thank you to everybody that signed up. We really appreciate this. We appreciate this opportunity to be a part of this. And great job to the NGCOA team. I wish we could be there in person. I was really looking forward to seeing everybody, but this is a great alternative. You're doing a great job. So thank you to everybody.
Brian, thank you so much. And obviously we look forward to seeing everyone in person, and hopefully that's sooner than later. But again, thank you for everything you guys do. And congratulations on the iPad Pro. I signed up for it, and I guess NGCOA folks are not part of that 29, but maybe next time.
No. Me too. I'm devastated. I can't believe I didn't win. Well, maybe next year. Brian,
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you so much again. And we appreciate Rainbird supporting sponsorship. All right, folks, can you believe we've really reached the last session of Golf Business RevCon 2020? We'll see it right after this message from our supporting sponsor, 918.
Hi, my name's Cale McClellan, co-founder of 918 Solutions. We're out here on a beautiful golf day in Kelowna, British Columbia. And I have one question for you. When you're on the golf course, do you ever miss the food and beverage cart? Do you ever wonder where she is? We're feeling that today out here in the heat. And one thing I want to tell you is with the 918 application, it's one download from your smartphone and it's free for your golf course. All you have to do is download the 918 app from the App Store and get your golf course on board. Tell them to call us here at 918. We'll get them all set up. Order and pay directly from your smartphone, and your golf course will bring the food directly to you. We'll see you soon.
Great. Thanks to our supporting sponsor, 918, kind of the perfect segue to our food and beverage-centric Bright Ideas Showcase. We're excited to welcome back Whitney and Sean to the RevCon stage, who you just saw in the prior two sessions. As a reminder, Jay Karen, our NGCOA CEO, will close out RevCon 20 on the other side of this showcase. Folks, we encourage you to join the conversation here. Be sure to comment with your bright ideas. We'd love to feature them during this showcase. And Whitney and Sean, come on aboard. We're excited to have you back and learn some out-of-the-box revenue strategies. There they are. Take it away.
All right.
Sean, you take it away.
All right. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
All right. We're doing great. So Dave Barton promised that if we can get at least 10 questions on the comments, the feed there, that Rainbird's going to give another iPad away. That's what he said. That's what he said. Is that right, Dave? Hey, very excited to be here with you. Your presentation was awesome.
They said they cannot confirm or deny. So
okay, that's good.
Not.
cannot confirm or deny. We got a lot to talk about. A lot of the stuff is happening in our world. I absolutely love listening to your presentation on service and how it's kind of the linchpin of hospitality, and it doesn't cost anything, which is even better. So that's usually, it doesn't cost anything to have a smile. It doesn't cost anything to give good service. Just a good attitude, I guess, that goes along with it, and willingness to learn.
That's right.
So we have lots of great, bright ideas, I think, that are out there, and maybe I'll kind of spin it back to you. Kind of some of the things that you have seen. We're in these unprecedented times, especially in restaurants. Restaurants are really taking it right there on the chin. The clubs are taking it a little bit on the chin. The golf courses are kicking tail. They're doing really, really well. Golf is like the original social distance sport that's out there. You hit it right, I hit it left, and we'll meet you at the green. So, and then, but really the restaurants that are at these clubs they're kind of pivoting right now. Many clubs rely on the events. Many clubs rely on member events. Many clubs rely on like outings and things like that. And so, as we look and we see, the best operators are pivoting fast, and the best restaurants are pivoting fast. What are some of the things that you are seeing? We all travel. Hopefully you're traveling. Let's put it that way, because I'm sick of the COVID commercials.
I am traveling. I just got back from a trip yesterday, actually, and they were a great example of bright ideas and what people are doing. And I've always said, if you have a problem, give it to somebody in food and beverage, because they're the masters of reinvention.
Yep.
And they're perpetually working shorthanded, so they're very resourceful. Always get it done. So if you have a pop-up party, they get it done. If you change your time on something, they get it done. But some of the great things that we're seeing, everybody is tapping into their creativity and getting innovative. So this club I was at the last couple of days, great example of what a lot of people are doing. They're turning their banquet rooms into an area where they can socially distance and expand their restaurant seating. They've created some outdoor dining spaces in places they never would have done it before. They had something out on some grassy areas, a little bit pushed out into the pool area. They even were setting up and planning for some events where they were going to do some seating out in their parking lot. So I think, forcing a little bit of creativity and innovation. There's a lot of different things out there. Didn't you do something with your one of your banquet rooms in a pizza kitchen or something?
We did,
like that?
actually, at one of our places, and we had a hospitality venue where we would do, at that particular venue, we would do anywhere between $600,000 and $700,000 in just an event business. And the event business is completely dried up, and so we took that kitchen, we made it into a commissary kitchen. All of our baking started to come out of there. We started baking all of the breads out of there. You're not going to make it just on breads unless you're Wonder. And but we started it. We put in. We took all of the ovens and purchased pizza. There's these big, huge pizza stones, and you really have to, and for the foodies out there, you really got to line the pizza stones. You can't just buy one and expect it to work. You have to put multiple ones in there. And so we converted in these convection ovens into pizza ovens without buying a pizza oven. And there's some really good pre-pot product that's out there through Cisco as well as U.S. Foods, but most of the stuff we're doing is house made, and so we were able to turn that into a to-go pizza place, and we got the beverage cart running in the neighborhood with it. So it's actually filled the void. Now, are we doing $700,000 in pizza? Yes. No, we're not.
You need to sell it by the slice. You need to make it by the whole and sell it by the slice.
There you go. So, but we are doing a lot of pizza, more pizza than we have ever imagined. Doing it that way, and it's been really, really good. We've been really fortunate at this particular property that we've been able to keep several key members employed because of that. And you're seeing this massive layoffs in restaurants, and we have done a remarkably great job with keeping them employed, which has been good. It's been a huge motivator factor for the rest of the staff that's there.
That's great. You just gave me an idea. Maybe somebody from Yamaha's on here. They could make a
there you go.
street ready beverage cart to deliver in the community, and they could deck it out with the club logo and send it out. It would be like a marketing piece and also serve a need. So
I know. So but you have to. We made some investments into it, which was fine, and those investments will pay off down the road. I think one of the things that obviously with the events and the weddings that are slowed down, we have seen a little uptick in like these micro weddings, and so you have to be able to figure out how to do those, and they're not your normal just like 25, 35, 45, 55. Event. It's different, very high end, and you really have to make it special. So we're seeing the market pivot that way. That.
I mean, I think if you think about someone who is planning a wedding for 100 or 200 people, they had a budget for that, and now they're going to change it and they'll do something for less. So they might use the same budget, but do it for less people. So if you can do something really nice and help them spend their money for their small events, that's always a good thing.
That's good. Filet mignon for everyone.
That's right. That's right. What about the takeout things? I've talked to some people who, they're doing, 200 people with takeout orders when they would, maybe only get 50 or 75 that were coming into their dining rooms before. Are you seeing a lot of that out there as well?
Yeah, unequivocally. We're seeing, it's, so in our clubs that we have clubs that are adult active communities, and those active adult communities that we're seeing this within these large HOAs, we're really seeing that they have their behaviors have changed. No doubt about it. Their behaviors have changed, and so where they may have not even given the restaurant a chance because of a meal from 6 years ago or 8 years ago.
That's right.
Oh, the food's terrible there.
That's right.
I remember back in 1982 when I went there, the food's terrible. Oh my gosh, they put walnuts in the chicken salad instead of grapes. So
That's right.
What we're seeing is they're giving the facility another chance, and so we're seeing if our teams have kind of adapted and have changed. We almost in my presentation, I really talked a lot about Chick-fil-A and how they've done it well, and we've had several. We have actually forced our managers to go sit in the Chick-fil-A station, go in a parking lot and see how well that they do it. And they do takeout better than anybody.
That's right.
Granted, they only do one thing, and it's chicken. Okay.
They are built for speed.
That's right.
Sean, we had a question pop up while you were talking, and I think it's a good one to talk about. Some people might look at this as an opportunity and say, hey, maybe we could remove tables that we don't use or we don't need. If they've reduced them and they've been able to reduce their staff, maybe it's a better model for them going forward as well. I've been telling people this is an ideal time to reevaluate everything. Look at your business model, see what works. What have you evolved into that you might be able to roll back? But what do you think about that idea about maybe taking out some tables, for the duration, maybe to lessen some labor load?
So back to your presentation, if someone is toxic, okay. Do not leverage this crisis, okay?
That's right. That's right.
If someone is no good on your team, it's time for a new broom that's sweep clean. Obviously within it, you got to get the people that want to be there, want to be part of it, that goes forward with it. I think when you say reduce, you have to look at the amount of the good news is that most of the states are allowing outdoor dining. It is worth making the investment in a tent or something along those lines where you can put some heaters outside, be able to make sure that they feel comfortable being outside. You'll see that your outdoor dining is probably going through through the roof. If there is the indoor dining and you're only getting at 50% capacity, you should be able to make up the other 50% outside, if not greater. Just don't stick the tents next to the dumpster.
Right.
So stick that. The advantage of clubs, and clubs have such an advantage right now because they have this beautiful green space, and they can put that tent anywhere, and they can use that tent when COVID, when the election's over and COVID's out.
Right.
So when COVID's done, you can use it for your weddings down the road, or for your member guests, member, and you've made that $3,000-$4,000 investment that's there perfectly. I think you can piecemeal it together. You got to be flexible. You got to be fungible to be able to say, all right, we can only have 25, 30 people sitting inside. Well, how many people can we sit outside? Can we sit 50 or 60 outside, and more than make up the difference that's there?
And I think the key is anything that someone might be considering to reduce labor, you have to factor in the potential loss of revenue against that, and see if it's really going to be a savings in the end. So. Oh, here's a question. Oh, yay, we've got questions. All right. We're enjoying having temporary outdoor dining. We hope post-COVID, our state will allow us to continue this. Connecticut laws were modified so that we could do this without any additional fees or regulation. That's awesome. So that's from Pete. Yeah, I mean, I was just asked at this club yesterday. They said we've never done outdoor dining, and now it was a private club, and they said the members love it and they want to keep it. So, and I told them, I said, look, if you keep it, make sure you do it right. Make sure you figure out how to do this. And it may bring people to the club that haven't been there, so it may not be just a shift in revenue. It actually might be additional if you can do it well. Well, I hope that your state continues to let you have that outdoor dining. That
is awesome. That's fantastic. That is really good. I do think when we were talking about curbside and takeout, I do think in the future, I think that curbside is always going to represent at least 20% of your restaurant revenue going in the future. I think we have gone long enough to where human behavior has changed enough to where let's be honest, the millennials, they don't like talking to each other. So they do everything on this thing, and so whether it's ordering online, touchless, contactless, and then hey, I can order my food, I can write a review, and I can have no human interaction. Okay, so I can do all of that right from my phone.
Well,
really very scary with that. So, I do think that that's going to be a permanent fixture within restaurants and within clubs. If your club hasn't adapted to that, you have to.
Absolutely. And I think, it's just the convenience factor all the way around. I mean, when we started seeing grocery stores start packaging up whole meals to go, and, we were recommending take and bake, 10 or 15 years ago, because we saw it start to, coming through in other ways. And then when Netflix and chill became a thing and Blue Apron started popping up, then, I think looking at all of those, that's a clear indicator of some things that you can do to add to your food and beverage operation without really a whole lot of extra cost, because you don't have the service labor involved. You just have the manufacturing line, so to speak, to get it to the door. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. We have Allison. Love your picture, Allison.
Just upside down.
I don't know if she did that on purpose, just to be whimsical. That's great. I think the food and beverage manager is one of the hardest to hire. Do you recommend continuing to kiss frogs to find a good one, or is leasing out your space a viable option? Ooh.
No, just eat the frog legs. Forget about it. Okay.
Donna, I'll let you go, and then I'll chime in if I have any different.
We actually look at this maybe a little bit different, and I agree with you, Allison, 100%. Food and beverage managers, when you find a good one, just hold on to them for all they're worth, because they can make or break the experience at your property. They are the social Roman candle that can make anything happen for you. And if you have a good one, I think important. If you're talking about food and beverage manager, food and beverage director, we do have a preference that person actually comes from the back has come from the back and gone to the front. Meaning that they have a core competency in the cooking aspect of it, being a chef or coming from that side of it. We found that we have been more successful with that equation than a front of the house, kind of a maitre d' moving back. And the reason why is ultimately it really matters what you put in your tummy. And so if your food does not taste good or is not good, doesn't present well, you can give fabulous service, but they will not come back because the food is no good with it. So, it's a two-pronged approach with it. So how do you go about, I guess one of the questions, you kind of have a question within the question, how do you go about not kissing so many frogs with it? Past behavior is always going to be a predictor of future behavior to a certain degree, unless they see the light that and they grow up and they realize that I want to make this a career, not just a job. And you'll run into a lot within hospitality that says that it's just a job and not a career. The other side of it, we test all of our associates, especially our management, and that is there. And in our tests, we have a predictive model whether or not that person will be successful within the role that they're really applying for. And it's remarkable how accurate that test is. Scary. It's like, very, very scary. So it's almost like your Facebook feed when all you're scrolling through. The next thing you know, you're getting all the stuff that you like.
Yeah.
So that's with that. So that's
we do the same, and we also test them on financial knowledge, food knowledge, and I agree with you. I think having a basic understanding of the back of house is important. When I started out in hotels, part of my training to become a certified food manager, I had to work a certain amount in the kitchen and actually go to a professional cooking school to learn some basics about cuts of meat and preparation time and things like that. The other aspect of the question that Allison had was, is it better to lease out the operation? And I would say, I've had a lot of calls about that over the years. If you do that, find a partner that you can trust. Make sure you really vet them. I mean, they may not have the skills that they claim to have, and they're representing you. So you really have to be sure it's a good fit, and that person is going to work within your strategy. And then the last thing I would say, if you're kissing some frogs, you find a frog that it sort of fits your culture and has 70% of the skills that you need. I think it's well worth the training and the coaching to move them up and get them in those positions. And sometimes they just don't, they just don't know, they don't come with that training. And I would say for myself, the only reason I got the training was because I came from a corporate background with restaurants, resorts, and hotels. So yeah. Good question, Allison. Thank you.
So Whitney, I was at another golf course over in. So I'm up here in Massachusetts today, kind of on the border of New Hampshire. But I was down in Richmond, Virginia, a couple weeks ago. A gentleman named Gift Breed, who owns the Independence Club that's there in Richmond. Fabulous place. Used to be the home of the Virginia State Golf Association, and I got to tell you, he had the coolest beverage carts. So he cut a deal with Lexus of Richmond, and he has Lexus SUVs as beverage carts that are toying around. And now, granted, his cart paths are almost like most roads or concrete cart paths that go around. But I swear it was, as they say up here in New England, it was wicked cool.
Yeah.
So it was really neat. It was really neat to see. So you see the beverage cart going around, and it was a Lexus NX, their sports utility vehicle, and then the whole thing was decked out with, Lexus of Richmond. I mean, gosh almighty, you could have probably bought the beverage cart right then and there. But I thought that was really, really interesting. Yeah. And so far, Safelite has never made it to the golf course, replacing windshields. So which was kind of neat. But I thought that was really an interesting way service their members and service their guests that was there.
Absolutely. You know, there's also, you know, using carts like that is a great thing to do. You know, getting like a food truck or a food trailer that you can move around and use it in different places. I see a lot of clubs going that way, and you can even lease those and rent them. You know, you can get some outdoor kitchens. There's a lot of things out there. Our chef, Chef Mary Howley, she was just working. I can't tell you who it was for, but she was working on a TV show productions site, and she said the amazing thing, they were trying out a bunch of different grills. So I told her, I said, I want you to do a review of all these grills. But she said she was baking bread in grills. She was I mean, the things that she was doing was amazing. But you know, if you have some kitchen talent, or you can call our chef and ask her, call your chefs. But if you have some talent out there and you can get your hands on some of these really great grills, there's some great things you can do outside, at the turn, you know, on the range, at the first tee even. But you could really kind of mix it up and do some fun things right now.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So there was a question about, like, what software do you recommend for online ordering? There's a couple of things. There it is. How about that, man? I'm 3 steps ahead. So we use, there's a couple of different applications that are out there. OpenTable actually does a really nice job. Not a big fan of like the Grubhubs, because they're taking too much of your margin that's there from a third-party app, unless you're using the delivery service that goes along. And we have used those at some of the restaurants as well. But some of your applications, some of your like Gallus Golf has a food and beverage application that links into the POS system that will ring right up. So if you have, say, like Easy Links or Jonas or one of those club softwares that are out there, they'll actually, this is like a Gallus Golf commercial. They should pay me for this. So they'll link right into your software, so you know that it's coming from an application. And we have used that. We have we have an online texting platform that we use at several of the private clubs that we manage, and that has been a godsend. I'll tell you, that has been absolutely godsend, because then we're able to text them, hey, coming out in 5 minutes. You know, making sure that everything is, when they get it into the car, that is something that we're able to use. We have, our marketing team does a wonderful job with all the QR codes, with the menus online that goes along with it. I would recommend, if you are doing menus online, condense your menus a little bit. Makes it a lot easier on the back of the house to be able to control the quality that's going out to the car. For the online stuff.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, if you haven't embraced online ordering, it's not going away, right? I mean, this is just the ideal time to do it, but you know, might as well do it now. Take advantage of needing to do it, but it's here to stay. Would you say, Sean? I mean,
absolutely.
I think it's here to stay. Yeah.
Yeah, no question about it. It is definitely here to stay. I think it's going to be. You know, it is generational, and you're seeing, I think everything that we are experiencing right now, we've just put gasoline on the fire, and what was slowly moving in that direction just moved right to the forefront so quick, with all of, obviously, technology that's out there.
Oh, so here's Derek saying they use Toast for their food and beverage point of sale. They have a native online ordering function that works well. I've actually heard of Toast. I've heard good things about Toast. So thank you, Derek. That's great.
Absolutely, that's a really interesting system.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, have you seen anyone putting, you know, increases in creative increases in prices, because, you know, the raw food costs have gone up with the supply chain interruptions? What about a COVID surcharge? Have you seen anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's something that the customer hasn't balked on. We've added it at several of the different places. The customer hasn't balked on any of that that has gone along with it. They're understanding, because the amount of packaging that's being required, especially on the takeouts that are out there, the curbside that's out there. We've seen that. We've seen the COVID charges on the vendors as well. You know, like you said, the supply chain is like this right now. It really has been in flux. It's actually getting a little bit more stable, I would say, the last 45 days compared to, you know, in late spring, early summer, that's there. But I don't see, we don't see any issue with it.
Yeah, I saw a couple of clubs during this time. They reached out to, and again, it's one of those things that's been coming, but they really took advantage of the situation. They reached out to local farmers, local, produce companies, people, and they really started, they found some better products and some different relationships and kind of upgraded their menu unexpectedly for really not that much more money. And then they could tell the menu story of using local farms and producers, and then it becomes a really unique kind of competitive edge thing when you have some of that to offer.
It certainly is. There was one other question before we get to this one, actually, I thought was really pretty interesting, that Whitney, I think that you probably have a lot. There we go. This is you. I'm teeing you up. We struggle with retention of good food in front of the house staff. What retention strategies have you found to be most effective? Pay him $1 million, Derek.
No.
Pay him $1 million. Okay.
So this too can sometimes be a generational thing, but the pay, depending on who it is. I mean, obviously they want to be paid well for what they're doing. What we're finding is the younger generations, I would say millennial and the generation behind them, they're interested in opportunities for growth and development. They're interested in time flexibility. And they want to be recognized. They feel like they should be included in a lot. So they really want to know the why behind what they're doing. They're just not going to do what you say because you said it. They really want to be part of the idea and really feel like they kind of matter, right? So I would say opportunities for growth and development is a big deal to them. Obviously, being part of something in the community, a lot of people found that through all of this, the outreach into the community, being part of something bigger than themselves, that's something I think that's important as well. And as you know, I always think that hiring right, good onboarding, excellent orientation program, and ongoing training is key for keeping that staff engaged and helps with retention. Sean?
And I think that those are all fabulous points. No question about it. I think you're spot on with finding their why. Hiring the right person to be able to fit it. And that's so hard. Now, the advantage right now, I'll tell you that this is kind of there's a lot of great people that don't have jobs right now. Just that it's just the way that it is, and that are in hospitality. And we're actually seeing a lot of really talented individuals leave hospitality as a whole because of the instability that's in it. Now, I will say, back to Derek's question about really with the front of the house, we have found the better that we do on the sales side of things, the better our retention rate is on the front of the house. So if we are doing our jobs of first things first, selling events, selling weddings, creating events, creating fun atmospheres at the clubs, then all of a sudden we have a much higher retention rate on the front. You're always going to get the college kids that come in and out, then that's just part of it's a stage of their life that's moved there. You're always going to have a certain amount of turnover that goes along with it. It's the important, like what Whitney was saying, is really hiring. Don't hire every college kid. Hire the right college kid. Hire the ones that you want your son or daughter to hang out with, not the ones that you're like, oh God, why are they hanging out with them? Yeah. So hire the right people that go along with it. So that's that to me. If we do the right thing on the organizational chart of selling, have a sales manager that's selling, that's really pushing the needle and is aggressive on the sales side of things, the other stuff kind of has a much better chance of working itself out.
Yeah. So. And I will say there is one thing that, you wouldn't necessarily always think about this from a retention standpoint, is the software that's out there for scheduling, like a Hot Schedules or something like that. The ability for them to feel like they have control over their schedule a little bit. So if you don't know Hot Schedules, go out and take a look. There's other platforms out there, and if anybody uses one, go ahead and put it up so we all know. But basically, if they want to change out a shift, they have the ability to kind of work that out without getting their manager involved. And, a lot of people that I think that can also help with retention in addition to what you said. And I just want to give a shout out to the New England Golf Course Owners or Golf Course Association that you could always send them to your local chapter education for those ongoing growth and development opportunities. So, and they do a good job.
with the PSA right in the middle there.
Well, she up there, and I know that chapter. I know that chapter. That's a great group.
Uh-huh.
They do so many good things. So I have to give them a shout out when they put it up there.
Do I need to turn some letters here? I'll take an E. Okay, I'll buy a vowel. All right.
No, but I think that's a great thing. And the other thing I would just say, Sean, we were saying about there's great talent out there.
Yes.
There are so many kitchen people and chefs available right now from hotels and convention services. If you ever needed a chef or a sous chef, now's the time to go find them because they're out there.
They really are.
Yeah. And to your point earlier about the food and beverage director, you might find one who has aspirations to become a food and beverage manager or director. If they come from the kitchen, give them the training to make the move to the front. They might be a great person for you in that respect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what from our end, what do you think? Here we are, we're October 1. We're looking into this big glass ball, and what do you think the winner's going to how do you think the winner's going to treat us?
Well, I hope the weather will be nice.
Yeah.
Well, I think that everyone probably needs to have, continue to have a plan A, B, and C, with reopenings. I think the ballrooms will continue to be the restaurants for now because events typically book anywhere from 6 months to 2 years in advance. So if you've kind of wiped your books of events, just get creative with the ballroom becoming a restaurant and keep that social distance and keep your capacity up. I think the to-go food, obviously, like you said, 20-30%. And, look into the holidays. I think Thanksgiving to go, this is perfect. This is a perfect opportunity to put out the Thanksgiving to go and, anything you can do, I think, in a fast casual way. If you set up, and you have to be thoughtful about your regulations with sanitation, but any sort of fast casual, like your snack bars, that's kind of a fast casual, or a pool cafe if you have a pool. Any of these things would be considered fast casual where somebody walks up and orders and either picks it up or you deliver to them. But I think that too is here to stay, but certainly through these next months it will. What about facilities that have like fine dining? That's been kind of evolving in a different direction. Do you see a comeback with that? Do you see that?
No.
Where do you see that going?
No. Yeah, I really, on the fine dining stuff, this was what I was saying earlier. The trend has been pushing further and further away from that. Unfortunately, for the people that love food, and so we do see a big rush into the fast casual has been kind of dwindling down. And so when this all happened, fine dining's been dwindling down and fast casual has been really kind of gobbling up market share when it comes to that. And so this just escalated everything when it turns into it. So, it's funny, you and I have talked about this idea, and I think what's the club of the future going to look like in F&B, and what's the club going to look like in the future? And maybe not, your historical big private clubs that have, that want the sit down dining experience. But when we said it's going to be the Panera bread, where you walk in, you get your little beeper, and your food's ready, and you walk in and you say, okay, I want a greens fee, I want this, and I want the turkey avocado sandwich, as well as, do you want an apple with that or chips? And then you take it and moving forward, and where the efficiency of that particular model is through the roof. I think eventually maybe not in the next 6 months, but in the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to see a lot of clubs kind of pivot in that direction.
Yeah. Dave just came on, but wait, Dave, I have one quick thing I just thought
Absolutely.
of. So, this just came to me when Sean was talking about, what if when somebody's booking a tea time, a little menu can pop up of, pre-order now, and they could order their shirt, they could order a glove, a sleeve of balls, and their lunch, and it just comes in a little package, and they get it when they arrive, or you have it set up where they can get their sandwich at the predetermined time. Everybody should be looking into that. Where are the software programmers? Because that
we got to get the Golf Pay guys back on here.
that could be a really good idea.
Yeah,
because while they're thinking about coming, if you could pop up a menu and says, "Hey, this is what we recommend you do that day," or "We've got the sale on shirts going today," or something like that. That's a great way to go.
That is cool. That would
All
be
right, Dave.
Now, listen, y'all are so fantastic, and you did an extra session for us from a food and beverage perspective. I feel like I got a double dip of ice cream, and we really appreciate you guys sticking around. Not you guys, but y'all sticking around. And so, thank you so much for participating with us here in RevCon and doing both the sessions. We'll be in touch soon for sure. And I think any moment now we're going to see Taylor pop on here and give me the hook. And we'll go from there. But thank y'all very much again. And Taylor, take it away.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks again, Sean and Whitney. That was phenomenal. All right, before I toss it over to Jay Karen to close this out, let me just take a quick moment to thank all of our speakers and sponsors, the NGCOA staff for all the hard work they put in to produce this event. And a special shout out to IT extraordinaire and apparently phenomenal first-time producer and director, Thomas Smith, who's been pushing all the right buttons the past 2 days to make this event flow wonderfully. And thanks to you, our members, and others in the golf course leadership for your engagement and participation over the past 2 days. Remember to follow us on social media at NGCOA. And if you aren't yet a member of the NGCOA, let's change that today. Head to ngcoa.org/join to look at all the ways an NGCOA membership can elevate your golf business. All right, that's all I have. We're going to hear one more time from our presenting sponsor, Yamaha. Then NGCOA CEO Jay Karen will close things out. Take it away, Yamaha.
Wow, hard to believe that's a wrap on Golf Business RevCon 2020. Thank you so much to so many people for making this happen. Thank you to all the attendees, whether you're at home or 15 miles down the road at the Charleston Place Hotel. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules. We know you're busy because rounds of golf are up this year, so we know everybody watching is very busy. So thank you for taking the time to join us, and we hope that you learned something very important that you can take back to your business and do good work with. Thank you to our faculty, all of the speakers and panelists, everybody who took the time to prepare and share your knowledge with us. We can't thank you enough. We know for every 10 minutes that you put into a presentation, you're doing 3 hours of preparation. So thank you so much. And of course, to our sponsors who made this happen. We could not do this. NGCOA could not operate without the support, financial support of all of those vendors that do business with our members. Thank you so much. Now, a special thank you to our staff, and I'm going to list off a few people here. So Nancy and Sheree, the meeting planners extraordinaire, thank you for what you did downtown today. Dave Barton, the Dean of Education. We got our faculty, and we got our Dean of Education, Dave. Thank you for all your work leading up to this event. Renee and Beth in marketing, communications, design, web, you make us look so good. Thank you for what you did to wrangle the industry to participate. To Jay and Barb in membership, to help get those members here and get the affiliates engaged in the organization and supporting RevCon. Thank you so much. Thomas, Smith, and Britt, our IT department, the new platform and software, you made us look like Hollywood. Thank you so much. And lastly, to Taylor, our MC extraordinaire who's right over here. Our MC and also assistant, I would call him assistant producer and MC. Thank you for putting on an amazing 2-day conference. I also want to give a special wish, a happy birthday wish to Miss Barbara Searle on our staff, Associate Director. Barbara has been with us for 24 years, and today is her birthday. On my very first day at NGCOA, Barbara was there training me in August of 1997. So ever since then, I have been reporting to her. Legend has it that Barbara is so good at membership development that she was talking to a member in California, getting them to renew their membership in the organization, and an earthquake had struck in that moment, and she would not let him get off the phone until she got his credit card number. That is how tenacious and wonderful and sweet our Barbara Searle. So happy birthday to you, Barbara. We miss seeing you every day. Now, from all of us at NGCOA, thank you for what you do every day for this business and this industry and the millions of golfers around this country. Thank you. It's meaningful work. This, of all years, we know how meaningful golf is to society. So thank you for what you do back in your businesses and for participating. And so from the board of directors and the staff and all of us at NGCOA headquarters, we wish you well, be safe, and have a great rest of 2020.